Renegade, man, when afraid. Yeah, man. We are say, man, town all act tonight, you know. Yeah, man, to act, man, we are say. Yeah, man, tonight, we have a review, you know, for what go on. And we call out to Jamaican, straight Jamaican. Because we have to play something and all the culprit them accountable, you know. No joke, not too worry about it, you know. Yes. So, we are telling people them go vote from early. Make sure you go vote from early. Yeah, vote with conscience. No vote for no money and belly lick and all kind of things. Because that should show you them dishonest. If them was honest at the people, them are politicians, them are criminal, them won't pay enough for vote. And them are pay money, you know, but the real people them not want it. Yeah, them don't want it, man. You understand? Sister. Hey, sister. Maria.
Coming, my brother. I'm coming. Let me set up my headphones here.
Yes.
Okay.
So the real people them knowing the
Greetings.
Yes. Yes.
Greetings, Wayne. Greetings and even to everybody in the chat. Happy Sunday evening. Much blessings.
Yes. Now we're gonna do some review tonight, you know, Maria. And we're doing so much thing tonight. But remember tomorrow voting, you know,
election
voting
day
time, local government. But the people them, you know, them have forgot to go treat it and send Andrew a message because him no good none at all, you know. I mean, I go around, kind of, I mean, just go around and say, flip flop of that, you know, the lie this man hurt, you know. But yet, get up people, you know, and tell them be a lie. Yeah, mash up the country and tell them lie. So we just have with us. Call our clubs, a spade.
Right.
Right, sister?
Right. You're right. Yeah, let's call the shot as you see them, you know, because this man has been out of control for a long time now. So cannot keep looking at something and seeing it is wrong and pretend that it is not wrong. Because at the end of the day, people are hurting and people are suffering as a result of that.
What am I doing now? I'm going to tell people, say, when I suffer, when I better off. I know the 70s
better off
people
how?
Suffer, but that's stupid. It's stupid.
He said that people were suffering in the 70s.
More than one time him come back with it, said the 70s mash up the country.
But you know something, the educators that you have now, Wayne, and the doctors, the lawyers, and the civil servants that you have now, they were trained for free in the 70s.
Good.
And a lot of the farmers got land in the 70s. Cannot happen anymore. And many people who were able to buy houses in the 70s cannot do it right now. So what is he talking about?
Let me ask you something, sister. You know the 70s, right? But that's an ask a quick thing. You say anything that shut down or because the plane expanded in the 70s. Coming from around 69, but in the 70s, man, they expand in Jamaica. Them take ownership of the whole plane. Because of them and Canada did one year Jamaica. And then them buy it out. And you know, Jamaica own year Jamaica fully in the 70s. And then the fleet grow, more destination open up, more, you know, more everything. With the bus them around, the school them around, the hospital them clean, the theater houses. Exactly. We don't lose the beaches. We get back beaches, by the way. You know?
No, you could go to the beach. You could go to the beaches. Yeah. Because remember now, people used to do trips to the beaches. Doctor's Cave, Puerto Seco, those beaches. Going to Portland was a regular thing. Going to Montego Bay was a trip that everybody looked forward to doing, especially during the Boxing Day. For Boxing Day holiday, a lot of people used to do trips to Duns River Falls during the holidays and Independence as well. And remember now that in the 70s, the education system was better. The literacy rate was better, right? Skills training and vocational training, people had those because it was mandatory for people. If you cannot make it academically, then you have skills training opportunities, you had vocational training opportunities. The hospital systems were, you had the local community health nurse. Remember the community health nurse who would go around and give vaccinations to the children. So your parents didn't necessarily have to take you to the hospital for vaccination because the community health nurse came around and did that. And when that nurse showed up in her brown uniform and she had an assistant with the blue uniform, you know it was injection day. And a lot of us were afraid of it because remember those big needles, but we had to do it because you could not go to school unless you were vaccinated. So the community health nurses used to come around and do that. And remember now, at the end of the school year, you got uniform for school. Remember the free issue book, not for sale, free issue, not for sale, with a timetable on the back with a Dr. Bird on it. That was another thing as well. You also got milk powder, um, cornmeal, those things. But another important thing was that there were warm meals at schools. It wasn't this thing that every student had a warm lunch. It doesn't matter whether or not you were rich or poor. It was a child in school got a warm lunch because they had a talk shop and the canteen. So that was a given. That was also a part of the 1970s. So it wasn't until the sabotage that took place, the latter part leading up to the 1980 election, that you saw some changes. But even with that, the systems work. The systems work. It's the only thing that you couldn't get food. And who was the cause of that? Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes, and then people always say that,
of which you still have members. You still have members who were part of that sabotage who are still living today. You have Mike Henry, you have Pernell Charles, you have what's his name, but all of them, they're still there.
Yes,
they're still there. Siaga has passed. Many of them have passed. Babsy Grange, they're still there. They were part of sabotage their own people. Their own people. And when Siaga took over, after lying and sabotaging the government, sabotaging the country, sabotaging the people, what did they do? All the things that were benefiting the people of the country, they started to put a clamp on it and shut it down. So what we have now, but you see, what we have now, 1 minute, what we have now in terms of the high illiteracy rate, the hospitals not working, started from that time when Siaga decided to put a cess on education and start to close hospitals and make them into major hospitals now became clinics. So he did that. The Jamaica Labour Party started that. So where we are now, where the hospitals aren't working, it is thanks to the Jamaica Labour Party.
Good. All right, let me ask you something now, right? And when it's just about food, people come here, some people say this and that. Remember, we eat where we grow up. So we have good food, we grow public, and we have AMC, what and them thing there. So we never
the market, yes.
I remember we have some rice to come with a grow rice to buy the way, yeah? So maybe just remind
and sugar.
So the thing that was shot like where import so much of them garbage now. Wasn't like that. You understand?
Right.
So the thing that when them come in with a try draw card pan and like we not have it because we have a flour mill too. We might have carry another counter flour, yes, and then draw some card, but we have. We don't want some more, but we have. And we're going provision and everything, so we never starve. Yeah, but let me ask you something. You ever see back in the 70s? Yeah? Yes, man. Yep, yes, Maria. Yes. You ever see any time back in the 70s, right? You ever see any school children go like man and woman a war and them have sex in a school and teacher fight them and everything? You ever see anything like this before?
No. I've never seen that.
Respect your uniform.
You know, but you know something too?
Yes.
We didn't see the police behaving like hooligans and terrorizing the people because we respected the policeman, the nurses respected the fireman, the teachers, the pastors in the community. It was everybody. The elders were respected. We didn't see what we have going on. So there's a complete breakdown that has taken place, especially in the education system, where there's a lack of respect across the board. And we didn't see that. As a matter of fact, we couldn't in front of an adult and get away with it. Just couldn't. You couldn't go to school and be disrespectful to the teacher. It just didn't happen. You couldn't see a policeman and be disrespectful. As a matter of fact, the policeman respected the community. The policeman cared about his community. So we didn't see this situation now where police beating up police. And you did not see the soldiers in the community on a beat with police officers. We never saw that. Never saw that.
Come in after Siaga start using soldiers, them do foolishness. I'll tell you, because it happened out of East. After when him sending them and him go up to cave and then
it was
patrol and be foolishness. So we just tell him the truth. Yes, we tell him the truth. You never see, let me tell you, when you go to school, by the way, you know, the teacher them patrol the perimeter, you know. Panda road after school bell ring and them thing, them patrol. If you outside, them not lock you out of school right now. And you're gonna get killed.
if you were late, I was about to say, Wayne, if you were late, the principal or the teacher, they would care and give you 2 lashes in your hand and tell you, ask you why you were late, but you were never locked out of school. That never happened. You were always allowed on the school premises.
Them want the permit to make sure you're not school. Can you never find
can loiter? Yes, that is true.
And you can't do a bus stop and in a uniform and then you're going vulgar and them things that work.
No, so that was unacceptable. That was unacceptable.
And tell me something back in the 70s.
To disrespect, something, to anyone who disrespects the era of the 1970s is a disingenuous person and is a person who has contributed to the demise of the country and to the sabotage that took place in the latter part of the 70s leading up to the 1980 election. And they really haven't read the policies put forward by the People's National Party government led by Michael Manley between 1972 and 1980. And the truth of the matter is the private sector organization was part and parcel of sabotaging the government, because what Michael Manley was doing, they did not like. They did not like the fact that the poor man's child, the black man's child, was in a classroom with their children. That's what it was. They did not like that Manley said to the bauxite, 6 companies owned the bauxite, Jamaica, owned it. 6 North American companies owned the bauxite. And Jamaica was getting a pittance. And Manley said, no, you can't own more my resources and get more than I do. And he renegotiated that, and he owned 51% of the bauxite and was making $200 million a year. Before that, he was making what, 40 million or less?
40,
right?
Yes.
40 million. And it went up by, it increased to 200 million. And he didn't take that money for himself. And the ministers didn't siphon off the money. That money was put back into education, into healthcare, into infrastructure. So when people are talking about the 70s in a negative way, they are not being fair and they're not being honest. Because had he not done that, as a matter of fact, had they continued what he had implemented, Jamaica would be one of the jewels of the Caribbean in terms of its economy, because he was putting in place programs. As a matter of fact, he put in place programs and policies to benefit the people, but the rich boys didn't like it. And when he decided to say to the North American companies, you can't own my bauxite, the PSOJ were like, the private sector organization was like, no, how dare you do that? And as a matter of fact, when Michael Manley wanted them to invest in the country, they said, no, the only way we're going to invest, and they were trying to blackmail him, is if you denounce certain things and if you stop certain things. When the man was looking out for the country, the same country that they are now reaping the benefit of. That same country that they all sat there and sabotaged.
Yes, remember just remind them something again, and then I ask you something. Remember just remind them something. You see, even when I holiday and you see a teacher from your school, I see him respect him. Not you know, for their school, you know, whether on a Saturday or Sunday or holiday. Yes, miss, same way. And you behave yourself by road same way. You never know.
But the teacher went to the same church, Wayne.
That is it. Let me ask
you
again.
To the same market. Yeah.
Let me ask again. In the 70s, you ever seen a little children in the Diaspora you see in Jamaica now, a wipe car glass? You ever seen that in the 70s?
No.
You ever seen a breaking down a society like what we are seeing now in the 70s? That's why I say why this guy always, Andrew, you always repeat. So we live through it. So, you know, we can talk to maybe and talk to other people. And of our people, you have to live through it. So, I know we have to talk to. Stop, tell the people them lie where the fact checking. By the way, in the 70s, how much corruption, how much money man did the thief? You ever hear man then you mix up in even 1 red cent? Not even 1 cent. You never hear say $1.367 trillion missed and nobody don't know where it's sell? Yeah, Maria?
Exactly. No.
You ever hear
and that's what I said. The money made from the bauxite, Wayne, the money that was made from the bauxite was, Manley had programs to put it in. He had programs to fund.
Benefit
and
the
that
people.
Money was used to keep. When there was an economic downturn worldwide, right? Jamaica was able to stay afloat because of the bauxite levy.
Yes.
But the economic downturn globally affected the Jamaican economy. Wheat prices went up and all of that. So it affected the Jamaican economy. And that put a squeeze on the economy. But still, he was able to maintain the social programs because he was getting the bauxite levy. He was getting that kind of money, and it wasn't used to shore up any politician's pocket to build big house up in Beverly Hills or buy gas station or buy truck or create rice factory. It doesn't used to do that. He invested in the people. Because this is the thing. Manley saw the people as the country's greatest wealth and the country's greatest asset. And he's, in his mind, educating the people, empowering the people was an asset to the country, because when the people are educated and empowered, then they are able to put more into the country. Well, he was sabotaged. And so the sabotaging of the country curtailed a lot of those things that were started by Michael Mandela and the People's National Party of the 1970s. So they're the ones who started the downward spiral of the country. When Sega said, no, they don't eat what you grow, they wanted foreign food. It's not a figment of my imagination. These are facts. Siaga sabotaged the country. The Jamaica Labour Party sabotaged the country, the very country that they want to lead, knowing full well that what they were saying was a lie. So when people say that Andrew Holness is a liar, and you always say Andrew Holness is a liar, this man walking earth, he learned from the best. And there has to be a reconciliation of what happened, that sabotage that took place back then, and how the country became, has come down to the stage.
So I have to cut because me and Ratty, we are laugh. Ratty, come on and laugh. People, I'm telling you from now, after me planning, I'm going to eat my big clean up. Ratty though, Ratty make sure I eat him big clean up. So Ratty stick up. Ratty, what going on,
Good night, everyone. Sis, how you doing? All right?
Good night, my brother. I'm not going to say a word.
Let me say a word.
I'm not going to say a word.
You know this money up to, No, we're up
to. Ratty, sometimes we go eat some big, Ratty though. Ratty make sure text person I eat my big or something. So I say, Ratty make sure flop me.
Listen, my message, I'm saying, listen. Now come on a little bit, come here, eat my big now, come here, get my strength. So if you want to go all night, we're prepared. So if you don't want to go all night,
you're ready for you.
Can't use my name. You can't use my name.
No. Same for my brother.
Ready. When you hear that, I say, right, come in and eat my big clean now. Put it down, I say, yes. Ratty now, I can't say, Ratty, I'm ready to go eat my big clean. When I look at the explant, that's a no.
You have left him to his own devices. Ratty, you have left him to his own devices.
I rest my case.
It's all on him now.
Anytime you want to finish tonight, it's all finished on FEMA card.
It's up to you.
Nothing to do with me.
Nothing to do with you.
No, man. That's the one night, yeah.
No, but then I watch your show with the counselor where come out and say where the Minister of Information was when them get the land and them get this and that, and then we watch a part where Prime Minister's wife bring out tell the people them say them all get the wheelchair tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then you start say, well, hold on, them people need wheelchair from long time, man. And you see all them give out the goodies now. Them come down and them one man I think he lean up or something like that. And you say, what panala man, it's a shame. There's nobody not care about them people until election time. Come run and
because when she doing it's an ambulance, she's an ambulance chaser and a grave chaser too. Because some people, when you lift them up, I vote them, I come for them for vote, It's a way to move them. You're the woman, so I don't believe.
Right. And to say you're gonna see tomorrow. You'll say Tomorrow,
She
you'll
give
get
him the
it.
wheelchair, you know.
Of
She
course.
send her and give him the wheelchair the next because she tape it. So he knows a PR stunt.
Right.
And the guy go back in the man house, 9 bedroom, people, 9 shoes. You know much germs them kind of the people in bedroom. You must know the people them now have nothing because them catch up something on a block. I forgot to show that video there. I have to show it. It's a goddamn shame. By the way, I do the one the way you see the Prime Minister Ratty. He might drive around in the night like we really winky. Yeah, man, like in a night. And I say, you're a Prime Minister.
Them not have no, them have a, I must look it up. Them have a nice abatement.
Yeah, man, them have it. Yes.
All right. So was that a violation of the nice abatement?
It's a violation. But man, the police
how come the police commissioner lock him up?
He might get fired. In a VM head. Remember police commissioner when they don't have none. Whoever I said, say a commissioner. He might not commissioner. He might puppet. It's a arse. It's a Google Gaga.
Or Herb just send me a message. Secretary, you know, come on.
Yeah, yes, man. Yes. Yeah, you see me, I said?
30 minutes, yeah.
Yes. Yes, him is the asset. Where size on the file? Him is the asset. Let me show you the woman. People, this unbelievable. This unbelievable. Well, I have to start from here, so I tell the people them go vote, you know, because we know not foolishness, you know. Andrew, you want to treat the people them now work again, you know. Look on this. No man, this bad man. An ambulance chase sign of people. Look here. Look on this. Look on this.
All right, and you want it when tomorrow when? Sunday?
Sunday.
You want it tomorrow Sunday? And tonight a Saturday night?
Yeah.
And when we make the commitment, say tomorrow you will have your wheelchair Sunday. So when you tell me, say you can't believe it.
No, I the truth, me I tell you.
You can't believe it.
Can't believe me. I proceed for believe.
You're not
God,
to
man.
believe it. Tomorrow you are gonna have that wheelchair tomorrow Sunday. All right.
I proceed.
See there at it. Tomorrow. So last week them do this thing. See there?
You remember last night?
But before you go there, Sarati, look here. Look on the man. May I show you something? Say a black the man thing the pan. Look on it. May I show you something? You see my walk then that take off his shoes now that this. Look. You see that people? I want thing you have to look in the background. Remember you know, we have to take 30 years and me a ratty power. We have to think, you know, if you have my thing them to man and herb to man. We have to have the skill and see the things them man. Detective thing.
Black them,
see the black them there. So this man and I like them have something. Yeah, she said she can't believe it. So I make sure send in the wheelchair and I can show you him in them shoes to look now. My smile, look here. What you know?
Remember Father made the promise to you? Yeah. So here it is now. The next day.
You want to see the chair.
You want to see it?
If you look on him foot, I draw up a picture with him. If you look on that, are the same shoes we wear all over the place. Him wearing other people in place, same way. That's so disrespectful. Now I'll show you it now. Let me show you them and then I just go back to him. Look here. See me, now him shows that.
Yeah.
I want me to draw it up, you know, because them don't know so we're full of skill like that, you know. Same like the feds, you know, at the end of the year, you know. So you see it look there. In other people in bedroom with them nasty dirty shoes. People what kind of pint, brother? This so disrespectful. All right, go back to this. Look here. Them shoes there, look there. So this is what them do. And you say them are do something. Them people, them are 2 vote. Them are 2 vote. Them people are the pan line and not at all. These are people where them go on and manipulate them head. So them are gonna send somebody go lift them up now, carry them, go vote them. And when them come back, maybe them dead all in the evening. I feed them stylist. Desperation and disrespect. This name ambulance and grave chaser. Goddamn shame on them, man. You see it, Ratty?
Mm-hmm.
You saw Jamaica run?
Yeah.
This are more than shame. And them do it right around the country. No good that. I can show you something else. Look on this now. More old people this and look here. This at this so them take the people them are Jamaica, you know. Like them are not, you know. Look here. Look on this.
Sandra, you ready?
Look what them are doing. Look what them are park. You see the kind of van? Port Antonio this, you know. All right, look on the van now. Let me just finish show you it. Them are foolishness. Look here. This is foolishness. All this, you know, liberty with the people, them man. This are the looks.
Honestly, I'm not going to sit down and say, yes, see that? I'm not going to be there. I'm not going to be there. See that? I'm not going to be there. You don't know what I'm on my phone. See that? No, I'm not going to be there. See that? I'm not going to be there. Because I'm going to be there. See that? I'm going to be there.
Where's Portland that? You see what up on the van? You see Trotty?
Mm-hmm.
You see what up on the van?
Yeah. That looks like Daryl.
Yes. So, you know, what you do know, you know, they know some old people and some people know where you want to trick, you just, you know, who sponsor them and them just go and then pack up the little baggage now. And then them send the vehicle for them now because each of them baggage and name a vote. Oh God, man, Jano, only do Jamaica it bad. This bad. That just shows so them people can't even, but if them did do something good, them need to do anything like this, brother. You don't need to do this. Because everybody have the opportunity right across the board. Old people are get taken care of. Yeah? A one night package or a cheer now where we the diaspora do not for this every day. Eh?
You know what? I look on this, and it said, I look on the Noise Abatement Act, and it said that after midnight, between midnight and 6, you cannot use a loudspeaker and make noise, even for political rally, if people can hear it within 100 meters from where the sound is made. So all of this thing was going on the 2 o'clock bells.
Yes.
All of it, eh?
So you tell me, say this now, this, I'm going to play it for you. This is a night him I go through. This is not like him there rally and what have you now, you know. And when him done like 10 o'clock or something, you know. This is when him a drive through, look here in a night. So in them dark, him and them minions are the same thing that all of them do. Him and them dark, you know.
Here's the thing, if it was Monday to Friday, if that happened Monday to Friday after midnight, that's a violation of the Noise Abatement Act. If it's between the hours of 2 to 6, Saturday and Sunday, then it's a violation. If you do it between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. or between midnight and 7 a.m. Monday to Friday. Monday to Friday, midnight to 7 a.m. you can't do that. Saturday to Sunday, 2 to 6, you can't do that.
But yeah, well, the Prime Minister and the police, them go on and do it. And a couple of more people, them go on and do it. You see that time and day, they do it the day that now work and them continue to do the same thing. Yeah? Because people, when you look, after 10 of them just step on the bar, I'm not there, when I drive through, when you look, somebody send me this. Me show you it, look here. I'm going to show you it right now. Hey, Anjo, no man. It named desperation still. It named desperation, and it's not supposed to go on. Desperation. You see my fine back right. That's a Mercedes cheetah. No, another one here. Yeah. Cause the man desperate that he might drive through and make bag of noise, and the people that have complained and tell me, if you tell him no, he might give me peer work, man. Say stop it. They might tell me if you make him stop it. They might tell me if you make him stop it. It's bad. Yeah? Alright, cheetah, look here. Look on that one here. This after 10 now when just look how far him reach. Remember him not live there, so you know. We up in a some bush in a Anjo one this. At 10 p.m. now. And see them pass with him they right at the border. A Clarendon and Manchester go through.
What date was that? What date? What's the date? What's the date?
Much? This around 3 days ago this. 3 nights ago this. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's 10 o'clock, him good. 10 o'clock, him good. But
no,
midnight.
No, pass through in there and make him nice. I go in and I pass, go about in business.
Yeah, anyway midnight
so
catch him,
11, some people tell me no, 12 o'clock, him still a pass, I go about in business.
No, midnight, him have to stop it. Him have to stop
yeah,
it.
Him not stop. Hear this, hear the vice water. All people in wake out of them bed, yeah.
Me say it is the first time in my life, I know me vote 4 times already. And it is the first time in my life me ever see a prime minister drive through this hours a night with he die in bed. But your prime minister is passing through with one whole heap of police and soldier and care. So me I wonder the police them must tired. The police them must want rest. Because at a local government election and him a go on. So I worry the boy worried. You know, say big nose man worried.
We can't bother, you know. So, at a different place, let me get to that thing, you know. Oh, in the one also too, you know. So him leave gone up, so he leave from Mineral Heights, in the down Mineral Heights after 10 something I reach down there. So when them just drive going to a place and by 11 him drive going to the next place. I drive going to some scheme and people now pay them the mind and wake them up 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, St. Mary, all over the place. No man, him to stop it. You know, the people them tell me him to stop it, man.
I know the answer, but I want to ask you and Sis this question. So, can you explain to some of the people, some people who, because I believe there are some people who still don't understand what's going on. Why is it that this local election, you get this feeling like it's like a general election and the prime minister and leader of the opposition, everybody take it so seriously? Can you just explain to
you know why? Because this should have called already. The prime minister, him have the central government and him have local government. 8 years each, although every 4 years, remember they never call it. And the people them tired of them, you know. Remember local government, you know, do so much to the people them in Jamaica, you know. Central government, them more little state. The local government to the local level, remember you have to pay your taxes, you have to get your shop license, your this and license, every license, your music license, your bar, your license them, everything. You have your permit for build your place, everything it have to do, right? Your street light to clean the rubbish, to do all these things. And you still them that they chop money and turn it in a whole house. When you look the prime minister, them and them friend, I don't want bag thing. You can't make them all the country like this. See? So them know say them forget audit and them forget check up, so them start fret. Can't remember enough money then chopping up. So them want time to cover it. That mean, you know, like what them just say, the time when some money chop with the prime minister, it there too long now, so it don't make sense to investigate it. This is they're too near now, so it maybe might look sometime, maybe if we could have slow 20 years, them now go investigate we for 20 years and go back so far. Too much years. Yeah, too much money chop. Them a criminal, brother. them to get booted out. A billions, you know. The attorney general, the auditor general just come out of billions. 22 missing from out of the municipal corporation, you know. Billions, you know. Not accounted for, you know. And trillions in a central government, you know. And then you know, so the car them, the used car when I get no money. You know, so over the airport authority, 3 million, that's 450 million, that chopped. You understand? You know, so we have the hospital, it named Beryllium Regional. It got 21.8 billion. Me don't know if you got how much billion and it no move. Where the money spent, all the money spent. Can't no move, you know, it's the same place. But the money don't look like, so you put more money on it. You know, say something wrong, Ratty. You know, say something wrong, Maria. And then like you buy some bed or something. Same way right there right now, you come add more money to it. It don't make any sense. It don't make no sense. See? And then you go to your Petrojam, I know them are trying to let the rail read. And the one of them. See? We can't afford them things, brother. See? So this is why, because you have to send them a strong message. And why you think, all right, you come out, Ratty. It's just a local government election, but when you see a man come out and bed and willing to wake you up and willing to buy an election, whether that them always do. Yeah? Willing to buy the election for any cost. You know, say them have something for lose. That's all. Them no want your hand or you for see where going on in there, you know. Them no want Jamaica people for know, you know. So you see all the corruption, who them do this. You can see down on KSAC. You can see who get permit. And all the friend them are who for a bill and do all kind of little things and what. The corruption we're going in there. You can see it. In the whole of them. You understand? That them affect pan. And them fees are now, me and you and Maria, no bright like them me. You know that me and you Ratty? Look here, I remember playing first and never finish it. Look here, that one here. Them say me and you and Maria, we can't do maths in a we crunch numbers, you know. So them have a me there, but them don't want to move. See me? See me?
What you were saying?
Mr. McKenzie is suggesting that there's a certain level of partisanry on the part of how you allocate certain benefits at the municipal level.
Mr. McKenzie cannot come to this on this platform and say anything like that. What I have done is what he was practicing when he was the mayor. When he was the mayor and he gets the funding from the ministry, he shares it in a 50, 100% basis. He gives the JLP 50% and they take 100%. And it is evident right now that is exactly what I'm doing.
Hold on. That maths doesn't sound right. If you get $100 million, him take 100% and get the PNP 50?
Get half of it.
No, that's no. Something
that's what he was doing.
No, but you can't have 150% or something, sir. How much would he take and how much would he give the PNP?
If he gets $10 to share for the councillors.
Yes.
If the PMP would get 100 or $50 out of $10, and the JLP will get $25.
But hold on, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Arithmetic not right.
That's it. And some of them people around the country, around them place, you know, until we're nice, you know. Because when you have all them things, you know, well, good man. And them people from your faithful, you're good. Him born up around 5 Jamal, you know. From the 70s around Grenada, you know, Maroon half, you know. Same now come out until them get rid of Monday. Him born up Jamal, where I help him? That me. You hear him? Eh, Ratty?
You mash up my head, man. Well, he mash up my head.
My God. My head gone, man. My head gone.
But you know something?
Yes.
No, but as Rasigan, this is the thing. There are two things. This is a referendum on the Andrew Holness administration, this local government election. And if he wins, it's a referendum period. If he loses, which based on, you know, the signs, quite likely he will, it will be an indictment on his government. Because he has both local and central government right now. So to be an indictment on his government. and you look at how the local government has been running. Local government has not been operating like how local government used to operate back in the day. It's just like a free for all. Because right now, there, according to the Auditor General, there is there's unaccounted for monies in the municipalities, and that is not surprising, because it's the same situation in central government, where $1.7 trillion is unaccounted for over a 10-year period, which means you're talking about all of Andrew Holness's 8 years in office, right? And then you have the municipalities with their issues now with unaccounted for money. So that looks like it's a problem across the board. But also, if the JLP wins, then a lot of things will still get swept under the carpet. There'll still be no accountability. And it will be also, I'd have to say, would have to question the mindset of the Jamaican people if they honestly are going through all of this situation and still vote for a local government run by the Jamaican Labour, controlled by the Jamaican Labour Party. But going back to Juliet Holness, her husband gave a donkey, he gives a cow, and here she is now giving a wheelchair. How many persons in Jamaica right now are in need of a wheelchair? How does that make those other people feel? One wheelchair when you have thousands in need of a wheelchair. Now, wouldn't it have been better to put in place a system that works where people can get wheelchairs, those who are in need of it? And another thing, she gave a wheelchair to this person. And whether she used the word promise or commitment, it means the same damn thing. Okay? So don't come with, I make a commitment to you, because the Prime Minister said the other day he doesn't make promises, he makes commitments. So everybody knows using the word commitment. Juliet Holness, the two words mean the same thing. So stop it. Now, the house that she went into to give this person the wheelchair, is it even wheelchair accessible? So she is not, she gave the wheelchair, but how much does it really help this the individual who got the wheelchair to move around? What is the state of the house? So did she do anything? Because I saw it with another gentleman that the Prime Minister went and he gave him a wheelchair. The wheelchair could hardly go through the door, but the house wasn't accessible, wheelchair accessible. It wasn't disability accessible because it had no bars. It didn't meet because his kitchen counter should be down to his level that he can manage it. It had no bars in the shower that he could go in there and have a shower. So it wasn't a facility that worked for the person's needs. So it's all a PR stunt. So when she's showing up to say, here's a wheelchair, you're going to get a wheelchair. Think about those thousands of people who need a wheelchair that cannot get a wheelchair. And why did it have to take an election cycle for her to know that this person is in need of a wheelchair? What about those other people? Are they funding these institutions that can provide wheelchairs to the persons who need them? And if they are not funding them, as we have seen, then therein lies the problem.
Yes, Ratty. Go on, talk, Ratty. Turn on your mic.
Just to follow up on what Maria said, it's almost as if, because the house is not wheelchair accessible, it's almost as if it better to me buy them a lazy boy. Just buy them a chair and say, just sit down in that chair, yeah. You know, because you're not really going away. And the wheelchair can't even move around in the house anyway.
And it can't move outside. Can you drop
it can't move outside, yeah. But you are. I'm Bridget Mike. I never really see, I catch a little piece of the video. The one with the illustrious me. I do the A-level math, the new math. So I Bridget Mike right now and say, why beg Lonesome, please tell him to play it again. I'm not begging for play it because I never see the whole thing. I'm not begging to play it again, sir, please. Because I think I missed something. No, I think the mayor
he was doing algebra.
No, I think the mayor right, because look, the mayor in charge of the local government, right, in a female section, and him not gonna make a mistake. So me, I make the mistake in understanding.
I'm me and you. I know you alone. Me make the mistake too. I'm Maria.
Yeah.
Soon forward, so he make the mistake too. So now
so maybe the mistake.
We can't know maths in him.
Yeah, I'm in charge of it. I'm in charge of it. So, no,
of this.
It must be right and we wrong. It must be right and we wrong.
But what me want to
maybe the mistake, you know. Maybe the real mistake is the fact that you play it. Maybe that are the mistakes, so you play it. You know?
So never play it again.
You ever play it again. So make another mistake and play it. So I could figure out who really made the mistake. Because you listen to it.
But
listen to it.
Rattigan, hold on, Rattigan. What if he's running for councillor still? Again?
Yeah, my run. Them are running.
You might run for councillor. Rotted. They're not. Yeah, they're not serious. They can't serious.
And people are going to vote for him, you know. That's the sad thing.
No, man, them people are buy vote. Them now. People don't just vote for you, so you get two old people and get some little things. I buy them by vote. That people will start going to prison for that too, you know. And that them to step up some things, you know, some serious things. Yeah? You know, anytime when you see politics, no handout, not to no whole people, not to nobody. Normal time you do that. No politics time, not like this. Not supposed to go on. This is stupidness. Yeah? Remember play back to me. And by the way, me that vote for him for turn and tell her in a NCB. Remember them chop enough money, you know. So me the bad thing go work at NCB right here. Yeah, man. No man, that's it.
Hello, fans and friends and friends of friends.
Is that who I think it is?
Miss Daisy.
Greetings, my brother. Greetings. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Yes. I tell you, let me tell you, when you go here and order anything, them though is not like them have it in waiting. They cook it from scratch. And I couldn't believe how long it take, you know. But in any case, I'm doing all right. I'm here with some good people. So
hold on, before you play it, Herb T, let me ask you a question. You don't think say me and Lonesome and Maria could have really come down there? Because if you don't then you are going and nothing happen to you.
No, them take it in, man.
Yes. Look, let me tell you something. The way them have the highest respect for you, Ratty. And I know with Wayne, they most definitely
they want to kidnap him.
Want to even step on him toe. You know? And Maria, of course, Maria just gonna walk through like nothing happened.
So what you say? We can't come.
Yeah,
so
man.
we can't come join you? We can't come join you down there?
Yeah, you can't come join me.
Lonesome, what you say, man? Lonesome, what you say?
Ticket now. It's a them thing. Everything them not do.
You're all right.
Them say me this, them say he bought a ticket. Eh?
Yeah. You know, nothing. Look, this place, the people want to talk. And they talk, right? They don't want to talk openly and freely, but they talk nevertheless. So that's the bottom line. They speak the truth. And guess what? What you and I and Ratty and Maria say, it's the very thing that's on their minds, and it's the very things that they're saying. You know, so.
So all them embrace me. What all the message that we are sending out, is it resonating with them?
They're embracing it. So all of these naysayers and the other spokespeople, they don't have a case, right? We come to them with facts and figures, and they are coming with a whole lot of noise.
Hold on a second there. You just mentioned figures. Don't play the thing with the figures now.
Yeah, we have the figures, but remember play some figures. Watch them figures on Herb T. Watch them figures here. And can we remember we can't check in a Herb, but them man we have facts and figures still, but we can't check like them man. Them man are professor when it comes to numbers. Yeah, listen to this.
Could you repeat what you were saying?
Mr. Mackenzie is suggesting that there's a certain level of partisanry on the part of how you allocate certain benefits at the municipal level.
Mr. Mackenzie cannot come to this on this platform and say anything like that. What I have done is what he was practicing when he was the mayor. When he was the mayor and he gets the funding from the ministry, he shares it in a 50, 100% basis. He gives the jail team 50% and they take 100%. And it is evident right now that is exactly what I'm doing.
Hold on. That maths don't sound right. If you get $100 million, him take 100% and get the PNP 50.
Get half of it.
No, that's not no. Something
that's what he was doing.
No,
that's what he was doing. He must say
this man, that's what he was doing. He missed the math class when he was.
No, but you can't have 150% or something, sir. How much would he take, and how much would he give the PNP?
If he gets $10 to share for the council,
yes.
If the PMP would get 100 or $50 out of the $10, and his JLP will get $25.
But hold on, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Arithmetic not right.
No, man. No, man. Don't move on, man.
Oh, Lord.
Herb, no, you in your days, you're not bright, so don't even take him on.
I can't.
No, in defense,
I can't deal with that, Matt. Right.
Hold on a second. In defense of the mayor, right? When him say him get $10 and next man get 100, I'm not gonna defend the mayor. The mayor he meant $10 that if you get $10 and then you convert it to Jamaican dollars and get 100. And then get that. Oh, that's so. No, my son.
No,
that's workable because
well on the herb. But if in that Jamaica and remember them do exchange there, you know, so in that forget 10 Jamaican. But
no, but remember no. They defend the mayor. They defend the mayor.
If him get 10 US,
how much that?
Still him get 10 US. That means a 75 US. Them take 50 US out of 10 US. And 25
No. Yeah. The mayor and them water. No, him and them waters. But we
water, you know. No water.
Well, him and them waters. And we might try to explain because Maria.
Listen now. We know much man and them water and them not talk so.
Well, no, man. You can't hear it them voice. Him and them waters.
No water, him not talk so. Can you imagine all the need to do that?
It's 155 to 1, right?
All right, hold on.
So 10 would be 1,000.
1,555.
And 50.
Right. So what the mayor say? Him take so them him get 10 now. So them convert it, and then them take 100, and then them get 50, and then them chop the rest and put in him pocket. That him I try to tell you now.
Him chop the rest. But him come and say no under the US because then chop it, you know. Then chop
I think Minister Clark need him on his team so him can stop the
no, but the team, Herb. Him the on the team. That man, I captain. Him the vice captain on the team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody say another water now gonna make mistake. But hear this now. Me want him to go work at NCB because so much money the people might lose a chap. All we doing now from him one of the teller. For you go down there with even a $10,000 a change you see me. You know, so you just carry 2 black scandal bag. Because when they make the change, you join back the line again and say, change this. So when they get even 100,000, go back and say, change this, see me now. Because when the day done in the rat, you're good enough. Remember, you know, rob the bank, you know. You just get back some of the money with the chap. Them figure imply my NCD.
Hey, if them put him on the teller, in the teller section for one day, the bank broke. The bank broke.
Betty, me know why you say they're not going to imply me now. Me I try to get him a job done. Betty, I did that job now. Me I look for me now.
No, hey, you don't want him work? No, man. No, you don't want them put him. Want them put him at the Cambio. When you come with the money, you come with the change. I'm not, you know me though. You're gonna make a call, you know. And if my virgin tell me say, they might tell me when him dead. So me just come with some empty suitcase off of the plane. And me just go straight to the Cambio. I'm not go with like 1,000 US. I'm supposed to walk away with that boat.
Man. You just want to go join back the line. They just say change the see me. And when you
You
go
walk
back,
away
you
about
come back and say
15
change.
million.
And even Jamaican, you know, if you have 100,000, you say, change the sim, you know, you must, it's a 10 million that, you know. You must have scrape everything, give you. And you just come back and say, changes. The vault empty.
You know what I do? You know what I do? Me wouldn't even leave. If somebody there behind me would have said, give me your money, let me change it. Let me get the change for you. Come in at front of you. Give me, let me change it. I'm gonna give them the regular rate. Give them like maybe even $10 more upon the regular rate. You know? I'm just
right, a black market open there, say, you know. And them me your angel, you know. Them me them love for serve people. This bad. Can you imagine what them are going with down that? Can you imagine you have
but not only this mayor, Wayne, but the other mayor in Kingston, Fedder, and his councillor with our vulgarity and thing. Those are the people that are running to represent the country better. Because him can't count. The other one, she's vulgar. I mean, what kind of society is that we're creating? And what is sad is that you don't hear the people, the usual voices who would come out and, chastise the PNP. You don't hear those voices coming out and saying, no, we cannot have this person as a councillor. We cannot have this person as a mayor because they are not qualified to be in those positions. It's just business as usual. It's like they expect them to behave in this manner.
This bad though. So under the tick,
it is bad.
You don't see Fedder, Herb, you don't see the one with Fedder, the mayor for Kingston and St. Andrew?
No. I mean, I see him every day on the TV.
But you never see what going with him. You never see what going with him down there.
No. I know that him had all this urine running into the streets down at the markets them.
No, but
the market downtown, the market at Crossroads.
Yes.
All over the place.
But you see that video with the mayor for downtown where he turned down there in a warehouse?
No, I've never seen
that. I never see that. I never see that.
Hold on. This is where I'm going in Jamaica, you know. Hold on there, Fedder. I'm never going to show you, man. I never know you never see it, man.
Herb, while I looked up, some people are right and ask me if you're not going to vote.
So if I had the opportunity to register, I might do it.
What on it?
You ready? When you ready?
Yeah, ready. Yeah.
You just go and listen. People, the views are not ours, yeah? We just stay with it on a reality level. This is a councillor, and this is the mayor of Kingston and St. Andrew. This is how them are run down there right now. Me no hear nobody come say nothing at all. We can't send up to the school kids them if we don't have no morals, man. Listen.
Mrs. Fella down there, you don't have no blood clot space down there. You don't care who you go inside Fella there for your eye. Me tell you this. Your baby father for your beg me for cover for blood clot. You no boy will fuck me no ask me for cover for you. You hear for me? Shoot, just put up your baby father name on Facebook and me stop talk to you. Just blood clot put it up. And time me gonna make gang them at how deal with your pussy clot. Yeah? Me gonna make gang them deal with your pussy clot at a while can enough there Fedder beg me hold it down. Right now my heart a boil and I call gang them now at a while and you go blood clot so. Tell Kenya me say go in a cartoon and type in the Indian ass them and she see her blood clot look. She look like the Indian ass them. Unica look better than blood clot Kenya. Me a big woman and me have a good pussy and a man never beat me yet Muncie. Man beat blood clot Kenya. Kenya used to get beaten down here so she can't stand up. Tell Kenya me say she not use nice cologne neither. I must know she start smell like somebody. Kenya smell like pissy blood clot Nella. Said I call you, I'm not get to, but I will leave the voice note here. And it's serious. You see, anyway, I book your first concubine, you go bust up Kenya blood clot head. I'm in a business if more run as no more councillor. And I want Petch to stop work and tell lie for me. Me and Petch call me one night and I carry news to me and I say something to Petch. Me not say nothing bad about Kenya. Petch carry back my name to Kenya. I want me to go chat Kenya with Petch. Kenya, I go call me, I go talk about big dirty stinking Celia. I'm a dirty pussy daughter who fuck Fedder. Tina no want you for fuck you, Feda. Remember, some me tell you about dirty Kenya, and you get for fuck Kenya. Kenya breed for you and if you hide that blood clot, I mean, no. The baby can't put up the baby father name, can't put up and me and hold it down. Feda, me not tell a lie. Me love you very much, but me got this dirty Kenya. Because you think say Kenya somebody, Feda, are the worst drunk that you take up in a bull beer. Everybody I call her first concubine. Feda, Kenya are the biggest concubine. Feda, a beaten stick about Kenya, a beaten stick about a man. Dirty Kenya. Kenya can't chat to nobody. Kenya dunce. You need to get back Kenya enroll Kenya Feda in our basic school. Kenya dunce, and can't write her name. And I go talk about if she want to run for councillor, you can't, me can't stop it in her blood clot, my daughter. If she want to run for councillor, she fucking free. Because I don't know who they're going to take her for councillor. 26 subject Tina have. Tina not have to depend on you to get a fucking car there. Tina buy her car. And I want to talk about Tina beg your money. Tina supposed to beg your money because enough work she put in for your baby. Kenya not put in nothing more come with her Junja blood clot pussy come give you some fuck. And when Kenya fuck, Kenya pussy big feather like the river, a bamboo then take and cross Kenya when them a fuck her. I can't wait for your answer. I can't wait for your answer. You're one of the worst drunk in the blood clot here. You are one of the worst drunk in the year because you only come out and you can't come up front with your baby father. Put up your baby father name on Facebook. Put up your baby father name on Facebook. Any blood clot you put it up, you talk to me. I can put up all of my man, they want to fuck me name. And I can put up my pitty name, Poopa who breed me blood clot name. And my grand pitty name, Poopa them name. Them can go up. You are young little girl like you can't put up who blood.
The counselor. And him
this is a GLP counselor.
And a GLP mayor.
And a GLP mayor.
Them down there, Oros, you know. I know. Kingston and St. Andrew, Oros. Because me as a federal bore up for them down there, you know. federal, the whole place. This is how them run this now. But Jamaica turn. This, it's you. Damn it, you forgot vote and you back tomorrow. Damn it. That overport, the one of them when I'm run up and down about. Damn it. It's an embarrassment to Jamaica, man. Never first in a history now of them kind of thing. Eh? And
it's
them
a very
them put out them don't want to run for councillor. Them no business.
It's a very obscene and obnoxious conversation. I mean, you can't believe this is a councillor who's supposed to be set the example, talking about a younger lady than herself, right? Threatening her. And at the same time, using some of the most foul language coming out of our mouth, right? I mean, it is down and dirty. Because she's talking about her men, them, and who should do it, and what them would say, and what them don't say. I mean, all of this stuff is just for the toilet. You know?
She's talking to the mayor too, you know. The mayor, you know. Because
the mayor she's talking to.
And the mayor, she make the mayor get that one day. Because the mayor have them all about, you know, the mayor. So instead of you do the people them job, in turn down there in a warehouse. Me say all poor long there, you know. Them the big mama that go down there go spin. Them are poor long there. Them are poor warehouse down there. Instead of Kingston and St. Andrew Corporation, is a Kingston and St. Andrew warehouse.
Well, they may have a job cut out for him because he's supposed to be investigating the couple who is the Water Commission president and his wife, and that building that they put up in Charlemont. He says he can investigate. He has the same abilities as the government, as the national government. So he has a whole heap of problems, a lot of mismanagement going on.
We know,
right?
Enough money chopped too.
Because
people get things. So he might take taxpayers money away and collect. And who buy car for self and this, and you forget car. He not get them money for buy car and get who him want and do all kind of things. What it sound like Jamaica run? It sound like the corporation run?
Yeah, it run down. I run down.
I see what's in this. It's bad.
No, but you know something, where's the party leadership? Yeah, but where's the party leadership? Because in a situation like this, where you have a counselor speaking so disrespectful, her language is lewd, obnoxious, and vulgar, and it implicates the mayor of the municipality. And you know, the KSAMC is a huge municipality. Where is the leadership of the party to come in and say, no, we'll not have this? But he was in the debate. He was in the debate last week, you know. So where is the party leadership to come in and kick these people out of the party? So is this then, are they saying that because their behavior is reflective of the bigger picture? Because if she's going to be threatening she's threatening somebody, right? Which leads into the level of violence that exists. Why is she contributing to it? It's already high. She doesn't need to contribute to it. So then she's a violence producer.
Yep.
And you have a mayor who with a checkered past, present, and a future. So how can he still be up there to be people must go and vote for that person? That's what I'm saying. So they must go and vote for this person.
Yes.
So this is an indictment on the leadership of the party who cannot get decent, honorable people to represent their party. Something is radically wrong.
See, Sharon Turlang said, "We need to see where the money I go at Eurobank." But the taxpayers' money, you know. The man them have billions gone. The man them have taxpayers' money invested in Eurobank. Like what Sharon just said, it's bad. And then Andrew Motor silent. Panda all of this. I know him alone go answer neither. Yeah, in a this thing, I look on Queenie. Look on this. Queenie.
But the person with the ultimate responsibility is the minister of local government. And who is that? Who's the minister?
Bushrat.
Mackenzie.
Mackenzie. Yes.
He's the one that has to straighten that situation out. And if him can't handle it, then the deputy PM, Dr. Chang, or the PM must step in.
None of them not handle it. None of them not. Look on this one. Them
work and get water. You might chat fuckery. They got constant control.
This is the Minister of Job Creation, you know. And economic development. Economic development and job creation. A Queenie this, you know, people. The minister this now. This is the other day too.
Night now work and get water. You might chat fuckery. They got constant control water. It's above. And the minister, who is the same minister and the prime minister, we've been here. He can only come through me and Macho Samuda. And we are working on that shit right now. So make some asshole tell you nonsense. From a chat fuckery. Him not understand. Next man that talk about me give water, I'm going to piss my leg, yo. That's the only way that damn fool can get water. How's not control water? You don't want to piss in your line. You want to piss in the hose and give you. Don't concern about get water. It's bigger than us. And we are working on it, my brothers and sisters. And it will be done. But I think I should say, because a lot of you have mentioned to be water.
You know, see this? No, I saw them a behave, you know. Then I want to drag on the man and beat him up there so I nearly kill him. And I know FLA no go and say, listen, illegal possession of firearm or nothing. Bailey no come out and say nothing, fix Bailey. He no come out and say nothing. Jamaica cannot run like this, Ratty. Maria Herb. It can't run so. This is a minister now. Yeah, a job creation, you know. And the title I'm having under the office of the Prime Minister. He never said nothing on that, and the Prime Minister opened his mouth and said, no, we're going to remove you. No care where him do a own style. This is a clown government, brother. Listen. This is a subject. Look, listen. On my time now, because them like style people, you know. This, let me show you what happened. This is a clown government. Real clown government around Jamaica right now. Yeah.
When you want to fly down. You can come midweek, Maria.
You can see them there? Me there.
Cougar.
You can't see that now? You not see them? Them are sub-zero performer. You don't see them? See them there? You can't see them, Arab?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
quite
your creation.
You I met them out?
Yeah.
You right here? You see who that? Watch Big Mama, you know, say a Christopher Tough draw Big Mama cross the line. A sub-zero them, you know. Who you know, see Google up there, say, you know. That's look for my picture up there, say Google. See Agintai that you never to me know, say I look for Agintai. See me right there, so. I was checking it, you know, see straight there. Yeah, man. I see like Minister, and see like Gel there too. Yeah, man. See Cougar there, see Bush right there too, man. Wanna see them? Yeah, man. Them dangerous, man. Them are dangerous.
I'm vexing you know because you leave out my favorite minister. You know what I say?
I want to say where is the minister of
the chameleon.
Where's Athena?
A true ratty. You can see the chameleon, but
she's not in the race, ratty. She didn't make the cut. She was busy dancing.
Like in a retard, brother.
No, chameleon, yeah, man.
Maybe she's above Ratigan. Maybe she's above excellent now, you know. That's why she's not in there. No, but seriously speaking though, for this is a minister of government, and Andrew Holness like to run up his mouth and talk about integrity, and people often question integrity needs to be in his parliament, and Richard Azan was a disgrace to the country because he put up 6 stalls for the people who were in the sun. He didn't benefit from it. The people benefit, and Richard Azan had to resign. He's going to bring down the government, and he couldn't sit in a parliament with that, right? And here, this is a minister. Where is Andrew Holness now to condemn this kind of language from one of his representatives? It looks bad on the government. It looks bad on the government.
Make remind them when him did say that. Richard Azan. Make remind him when him did say Richard Azan. Yeah, make just remind them. Because if you are old people, these are the sharp people.
You should have the hierarchy of the party.
So may I ask, you know, I'm showing them Sabasita? Spalling.
Sorry. Yes, sir.
No, I was just saying you should have the party broken out to say who in the party should be responsible for discipline, for holding. Maybe if they all had signed the principles that was
the code of conduct. The code of conduct, Sir Herb.
Yes. And they don't sign it. You know, that's not good.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Watch this. So this, our him did bill.
So you upon them asphalt, and this the people them that for stand up on that. And this make the whole of that them have to resign. That's
you see that? All right. So you what we're gonna do now? We're gonna show you where the Prime Minister did say. So people take him serious now and say yes. I'm gonna see discipline and thing you deal with now. Andrew. This is what them did say now. This is what them did say. Hear this. For these things, you know, look on that. To help out the people. Look at this.
Sitting in Parliament with a Minister of Government was openly accepted responsibility, who expresses no regret for the act.
No regret.
Where a Commission of Parliament has confirmed that the act is corrupt and has referred it for prosecution. And that minister shows no sign of wanting to resign, or the Prime Minister showing no signs of moving to dismiss the minister.
With all the sympathy that one can have for support, this is embarrassing. Not only to the government as a party, not only the PNP, but to the government, to Jamaica, to all of us. Our heads bow this morning with this sort of reaction to it.
So we have to take firm actions in this regard. It is a dark day for Jamaica, where the Prime Minister is unwilling or afraid to act against a minister in which the public has lost total confidence, and in which the institutions of the society are all agree that this person does not enjoy their trust or faith and has breached the confidence that the people have placed in them. I believe that this has the potential, if it continues, to bring down the entire government. We don't feel comfortable.
Yeah, it have the potential to bring down the entire government. For build this, for 6 people, for six
So,
vendors, police that run down. That them bill. Are you here? It's a breach, and yes, and him for step, and him did step down. Them did try him. But now look what go on now, Ratty. You can't allow this. Remember the PSOJ did run out on this too, Them run out on it. Remember this not going in nobody pocket, It's a businessman spending money and build it. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. For them just selling at the little bus park. Instead of police, I run them down and them in the sun. The people them come out and them say, listen, we go both for JLP and PMP, because them have it, them split it up. Right? And them say foolishness. Why you fight we, poor people? The man said this a corruption. And it will bring down the entire government, and it's a dark day to Jamaica. What me just play to you, Ratty? Tell me now. And you have no moral authority to talk to nobody, brother. Him not set no example then, man. Him should have used that for the benchmark and nothing below that. That means Queenie that get fired long time. The mayor that gone. The one of them people that gone long time. Him not say nothing. Him run it same way. Yeah? Me no want you nothing for one joke. Straight up. Yes, Ratty.
Why is it that now that you play, you can see you can see the contrast and you can make the comparison? Why is it that you think that the Prime Minister he hasn't taken any decisive action against all of these people? Is it because he's afraid of them? Is it because he's weak-willed? Is it because he have secrets on him? Is it just because he's not a leader? What's I go and get your take, Maria's take, and her take on it. Why is it that because the Prime Minister, as far as we know, he's a devout Christian, right?
The lightest man on the face of the earth. Well, Christian, yes. But you the lightest man on the face of the earth.
They give the most trouble, Rattigan.
Yes.
Oh, I search all of the reasons then. I search all of the reasons then. I'm afraid of them have secrets on him, all of the reasons.
No, but this are all.
Yeah, all of the above.
Yes. Because if him come up on a thing like this, and it was so damning that it can bring down the whole government because of that day. And look how much million chop no man all kind of things front of him and it not dark. The day just bright and everything around the same way. Him not have no moral authority to talk to nobody, man. Him corrupted bad man. Saying? So you hold him to him word, Hold him to him word. Now I play something. Make Herb answer where him just see the while and where him see them go on with, including Queenie. And you make the same thing with Richard as I know, or him come out on it. In bushshot and the one of them come out. Did that chat as a dark day. And the people of Jamaica lost confidence in the government at the time. So what am I do now? The people them love it. Them not lost no confidence. Come on now.
Hold on to Herb.
There's a
Herb,
long
you on the ground. On the ground, Herb. So
yeah.
We help you, so and we just we are get the news, but you which part the news I make. What's your feeling about everything we see going on right now?
Look, if you have to run around at 2:00 in the morning with a long procession behind you, campaigning, something is wrong, right? You must be in panic mode. But let me say this. A corrupt leader lacks the moral authority and integrity necessary to effectively guide and influence those they lead. There's a loss of trust, right? Corruption erodes trust between a leader and follower. Without trust, the leader's guidance and influence lose their impact. Self-interest over common good. Corrupt leaders prioritize their own interests, wealth, power, or personal gain over the well-being of their constituents. Their decisions may not align with the greater good, leading to policies that harm society. Then you have compromised decision-making. Corruption often includes unethical practices such as bribery, favoritism, or embezzlement. A corrupt leader's decision-making becomes compromised as they may prioritize deals that benefit them personally rather than making choices based on merit or fairness. Undermining the rule of law. Corrupt leaders weaken institutions and the rule of law. They manipulate legal processes, suppress dissent, and shield themselves from accountability. When the rule of law is undermined, citizens lose faith in the system. And of course, the biggest one for young people, negative role modeling. Leaders serve as role models for their followers. A corrupt leader sets a harmful example, encouraging unethical behavior among the populace. People imitate the leaders, perpetuating corruption at all levels, and that's what we have here. We have everything within communities, the divisions, up to the mayor's office in different townships, in different cities. We got other problems with the sports and the leaders in sports corrupting the processes there. So whatever the government does, it transcends the entire society. And there's no way to bring it back. As a result, things are out of control. And no matter how they spend money to give their parents that everything is all right, it's not working, you know? So they're in panic mode. They're in full, they have to measure what they need to do between now and the national elections. And they're afraid that, okay, only 30% of the people came out. They had to pay off so many to get the majority vote. If the people are so fed up to where all the PNP people coming out, they're afraid that they're not going to get enough votes. So they have to measure how much work has to be done or how many people need to be paid off to swing the next election. And if they can't swing it, they will have to come as close as they can to not letting the PNP get a super majority like they have. Because then you could have a lot of changes. But the people of Jamaica are the ones that have to decide. And they have to demand better leadership, right? Better programs, better progress, accountability, transparency. All of those things have to come into play.
Maria?
Thinking about Andrew Holness when he was Minister of Education, and that a lot of the disrespect or the wanton disregard for him as a leader goes back to then. Because after he left the Ministry of Education and Royal Reid took over, all those misappropriations of funds that happened. Now, fast forward to 2 years ago, when his statutory declarations were called into question. Those are still yet to be verified. Now, he is the leader of the party, he's the prime minister. So you have all these people under him with little or no regard for the Jamaican people, little or no regard for the rule of law. They have no respect for themselves. They don't respect their offices. And the reason they can do it and get away with it comes from the top. Because Andrew doesn't have the moral ground upon which to stand to hold them accountable, because he's yet to hold himself accountable and to a higher standard as a leader, so they can look to him and say, he has unquestioned integrity. So because of his unquestioned integrity, when he says get out, they have to go. He cannot do that, because if he does that, like Rattigan just outlined, all of the things that you just said, Rattigan, are the reasons he cannot speak to them. Unless and until he holds himself accountable and to a higher standard, we're going to keep having this conversation. So the best thing to do is to get rid of them out of from the local municipalities, and then get rid of them out of central government, because this cannot be how a country is run, and it's expected to do well.
So Ratty, you see the standard when the party was in opposition. You see the standard when the prime minister then opposition. The standard where him say must set and where the path where him take. Now him the prime minister for 8 years. You see the real him now.
Yeah.
You see the real him.
Yeah. You know, I'm just thinking, how do we get through to people so that they can understand the destruction that has been brought upon them, that they can get rid of that by just voting? I mean, how do we get through? Because I'm sitting here thinking that some people still believe that, like one woman I saw a video, the woman says, he's the savior. She said she believes that he's the savior.
Because she get a belly full.
I said, how you get through to somebody like that? How much facts do you have to present? You know,
it's simple. Forget rid of that. We have to get rid of can you move him first, but you have to put him back Jamal. We have to first in study. So you have to get her and then start from Jamal. Yes.
No, that's like no, right now, right now. Yes.
The 1 and 2 now. You're not gonna get it to her till you can reach it. We are gonna reach to her by some other people personally and sit down and say, listen me, stop it. You remember your people worship King John only, and someone run away, but by the gun they not run away, And you understand? So them know dictators and them know certain people, and when them reach out and brainwash them and then listen to them, it done.
Well,
so we want, yes, man.
Well, damn the dude, they put something in the chat, yeah. Damn Gov't. Damn the dude, damn the Gov't. Damn Gov't. And what I say is that you're right. Some of them people are brainwashed. We just hope that it's not enough for them brainwashed that they must actually go back and bring and keep them people in position, because all you have to do is just look at the record, Just look at them record. Forget about party. Just look at the record. Just look at what them do and what them don't do. And then ask yourself, like in your constituency, all right, them do what them supposed to do, or them not do what them supposed to do. And then you vote accordingly. If they never do what them supposed to do, vote them out. If they did what they were supposed to do, keep them.
What them do?
Because we'll see
that. And say, brother, man, all kind of things. Foolishness, garbage.
Yeah, but
I think that did it. I think that did it.
But you see, what people need to understand is that, like you said, the same get to youth them with a star. They never star when him not put in the Firearms Act of 2022.
Yeah. Right? Radam them.
Yeah, in Radam them. And then yeah, and what's so hypocritical? What's so hypocritical is that them come back and them lock up a man. I remember them say 15 years minimum, right?
15
them come
years.
back and them lock up a man. And when the man get him sentenced, the same government no appeal as to the sentence too harsh. And you say, but that you say you're gonna do. And now you say so then it's very confusing what them really about. I don't think them have a really strong unified message. Which message them did have? You know which message them did have? Message of prosperity. And when them look and say the message of prosperity, the message of prosperity was really a message of poverty.
Yes.
Because the poverty level gone up, prosperity level not gone up. If the prosperity level gone up, it gone up for. It gone up for the top 10% of the people in Jamaica, right?
Yes.
It not gone for the bottom 80 or 90%.
Don't move. If the prosperity gone up, you just say don't move from the Sarati, then we won't have the look of all Kubuema bill. Because everything that equal, people have built them one thing by this. Because them that feel prosperity, not a handout. FEMA build some folk, right, Ratty?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Continue, Ratty. So
Yeah, the poverty level, nobody know talk about that. You hear him talk about 10 months of sustained growth.
Which part?
Who benefit from that? People have to ask themselves, the voters them should have said, okay, 10 months of sustained growth. All right.
Which part?
Did I benefit? How much of that growth did I get? How much of that did I get? Better yet, how much of that did I get? Did my family get? Did my community get?
Yes.
How much of that did we get? None. Because that's as far as these people are concerned. When I say these people, I'm talking about 80% of Jamaica. Those are just words, and it's just a piece of paper, but there's nothing to show improvement in their lives. Nothing to show improvement in their lives.
Nothing.
So the question then is, how can you remember now? The message even changed. The message went from prosperity, and now it's peace. Peace. Can I say more create a ministry of peace? You think he would have said, you think he would have said, I want to create a ministry of prosperity. So that we're going to come up with ideas so everybody can prosper. You come up now with that message of peace. But here's the thing now. He want to form a ministry of peace, but at the same time, he make the argument that crime reduce. So if crime reduce, then why you want a ministry of peace? Yeah, you want the peace when the crime up yourself. But since you see the crime gone down, then create a ministry of prosperity so that you can come up with ideas so that the 80% who now benefit from this 10 months of sustained growth can actually feel some relief. That's what I'm supposed to do. And by the way, Mr. Prime Minister, because we know you're watching on some program, you know. When you build a little folk up, then please build a back door.
Yeah,
don't make it a fire hazard for the people. Build a back door.
Remember, human being are putting in a foul, so them have to escape ever fire anything. You can't just cook them in, so it don't make no sense. It's wicked, man.
Oh, yo, the people must say if you vote, if them want to call in.
Well, before we do that, because we know before we do that, here what we do. We could just, because we run the show, and remember tomorrow voting thing. So we could just do this. Remember, you know, when him say from poverty to prosperity, we could hear when I say it's about promise. And when him say him make promise now, you know, him make why make?
Commitment.
Same thing, you know. Business, in a business term, then that's just a commitment, you know. Personal term is a promise, right? But that's the same thing. So I could just run this. I could hear what I say about promise. So listen this.
Had our meeting scheduled for a long time. Our series of meetings where we are discussing the issues affecting the people of Jamaica. We don't seek power for self-aggrandizement. We don't seek power for ego. We seek power to be able to help people, to make the lives of ordinary Jamaicans better. So our mind, our effort, and our energy as a political organization is always about the people. And
please, let me stop it, people. Please take some note. Remember when I say you know? And an idea one that we deal with when I say no reality. Okay? Always about the people, and then see power for this and that. Okay, watch.
As the government elected by the people, we will never take our eyes off the challenges they face. And we will always bear in mind their dreams and aspirations.
Dreams?
Yes, we want to overcome the challenges that they face now, but we also want to help them to reach the heights that they aspire to. We want to help them to achieve the progress for their children and their children's children. So the Jamaica Labour Party is not just about today. The Labour Party looks back at the history and we learn from it. We apply it to the challenges we have today to avoid the mistakes of the past. But our eyes are also cast firmly to the promise, to the commitment of prosperity.
So I'm just set to the promise and commitment of prosperity. Now I'm going to play two more things and then I carry in the panel, you know. Hold on there. Let me just continue. Only just remember that, you know. And him say, I'm going to help the people them and everything, right? Listen here again. Listen.
So contractors, yes, you want to make as much profit, but please bear in mind that there is a social good in this, right? So those are just some elements of the program that I thought I would give. Just one last thing. We're constantly reevaluating the program, and it is unlikely that we will go ahead with housing in this form based upon the profile and need of the beneficiary. So we may very well employ other modalities of building houses. We're now examining new building technologies where this entire structure could be put on a flatbed and just be brought here and placed on spot. And that would just save a huge amount of money. And the building technologies are there. The building lasts very long. They are hurricane tested and rated. They give great insulation and great protection from weather. And my own view is that they look aesthetically more appealing. So yeah, the program is doing well. We're past the 200 mark, but we have a far way to go. We estimate that there are about 6,000 Jamaicans who are in need of some social housing.
People not well listen to the promise, but we not pass the part there. Him estimate 6,000, so go build 6,000, but him going to reach 200 in 8 years, and the program will do well. 200, 8 years. And you think about 6,000. It'll take him more than 200 years, right? Something around there, don't it? 8 years, 200, So it's the next 8 years to reach 400 in a ratty. And the next 8 years to reach 600, 16 years more than this from now. In that just reach 600 out of 6,000, Eh? And him do well. Continue. Just listen, just continue.
Intervention. So it's going to take some time. But you can have fun. There is a program. The program is funded. These are not promises. These are commitments. I don't want to.
The promise are coming. You don't want to listen to this now,
To go too much into the season, but I'm hearing something about making promises. I don't make promises. I make commitments.
All right, so I'm stop him there. So I'm saying no make promise. He make commitments, right? Can't talk him no make promise or commitment. I'm gonna tell you one of the things.
Is the
well, I'm gonna just come back to more.
To the challenges we have today to avoid the mistakes of the past. But our eyes are also cast firmly to the promise, to the commitment of prosperity that we know is.
So, okay, so him no make promise, he make commitment. So, me just play it back for him, make him hear himself. Can say the promise and commitment of prosperity. And then say the promise.
Play the 100 years for me now, please.
Yeah. No, but me just play it up, but I'll play the 100. All right, remember play one more thing before 100. So you make peace, all right? A dementia, ratty. A dementia.
Them same is a high functioning artistic person. Somebody mentioned that.
Oh.
I mentioned it now in the chat them so that
and him send him now play the 100 days. Remember play the money, ratty.
I think he has bipolar disorder.
It's possible.
Remember play the money.
What about the 70,000 houses that they're gonna build?
No, that gone under this, Remember play this and then I play the 100 days, right away, ratty. Remember,
them gone 200. Them gone 200. That's close to 6,000.
Yeah.
200% effective April 1, 2024. More in this report from Shalois Michael.
An underpaid political class.
Remember now people him say them in it enough to go do work where I'm phone and them me just play phone up. But me hear what I say yes or no. Because remember he want help Jamaica. Hear this.
Cannot deliver what the country demands. That's the word from Prime Minister Andrew Holness in defending the decision by his government to give a better pay to parliamentarians.
We sat in the cabinet and we agonized even whether or not we should even take any increase. Not something that we took lightly, because we know that there are persons who will try to make political fodder over it. As a country, what has plagued us is that we have treated the political class with schizophrenia and disdain. The truth is you get the quality of governance that you elect. And every government is afraid to touch it because if you touch it, people say you don't deserve it. Why we should pay you more and the country not running well? The country not running well. Because of that very reason, you have chosen to have an underpaid political class. How must they deliver?
Me don't chat. Me don't. Ratty, hey, me not, hey, Ratty, we not quote your lawyer, Ratty. The case closed, you know, me done with him, you know. People, he must get no vote.
Him wrap it up himself. Underpaid political class, underperforming, right?
No,
yes.
But what has changed since he announced the 20 million a year?
No, but
right?
here's the thing.
Where's the job descriptions?
But well, we have them. We have the job description. But here's the thing, Herb. You know, you see what him do a while ago, where the clipper where Lonesome just play. Him just don't blame the people. Him say, you have chosen to elect underpaid political class. You
choose.
So I say, we're not the problem. You are the problem.
I owe them to deliver because you choose them.
But when forget is that they were chosen based on a promise and or a commitment that
thank you
that he made.
Right? Yeah. But then him say, no, then him said, yeah, you're right. Him go to them and say, listen, I promise you I'm committed to this. The people vote for him. Them turn on and say, I not the problem. I vote for you.
We deliver. Oh, the country over make it different. Don't not pay we. And but yes, still my players so him say them in for help, you know.
No, you see the thing we talk about the building technology, you build a house and bring it and drop. A prefab house in my talk about that technology.
That's been a more long time and they're about that.
Rattigan, I have two words for you. Rattigan. Matalan houses, period.
Yeah, them.
That's what they were. Yeah. All of Portmore. Yeah, all of Portmore. Yeah.
You know, OT put on the chat. OT big up yourself. OT put something on the chat. I'm not Mr. OT big up yourself. OT said anybody can run a circle around him. And that's true. That's true. If you just do a little reading and you do a little listening, you listen to him and you do a little reading and you run circles around him. He's not bright. He's not a bright man. He's not bright. No, sir.
I'm going to share something, you know. The man say, him got done electricity poverty. Electricity poverty, him can end it. If you can end poverty, you're right. Remember the poverty in that one, the world, you know. The big country, them that it stop it. America poverty, they're the same way, you know. And him got electricity poverty. Yeah, they're going to play and next something and play Ratty, the 100 days in a Ratty.
You see?
Talk
okay. No, so the thing about it is that the Prime Minister has so many unfulfilled promises or commitments that you can't trust him now when he tell you anything. You just cannot trust him. You cannot trust him, people. When him say, I am going to do this, you cannot trust him because where you must ask him is, okay, what about all the I am going to? All the I am going to is going back to 2015. What about all the promises he made before the election, 2015, 2016? And he got elected February 2016. What about all them things that I am going to? And no, you add on top of that. You know, fulfill them, then you come and you add on more upon it. No, fulfill the ones that you promise first. Fulfill them ones, and then we'll be impressed.
You don't want to Ratty. You don't want to Herb. You this one.
Quality of life. Every Jamaican don't have to worry about their electricity bill. We can end energy poverty in Jamaica. No more bridge light, no more thief light, no more hide and borrow light from your friend. You should have electricity affordable so that you can enjoy the best quality of life. And every Jamaican don't.
So no more hide and borrow light. Him can end electricity poverty. We can end it. Then why you never end it? Poverty, electricity, poverty. So no more barrel light and bridge light. People, the money where you work right now, you know. Therefore, we have still a bridge light. It can't pay water much less light bill. It can't even feed you. So when them gone here start talking about no more barrel light, lend me some light now. Because I don't know how you do that. Wait, I'll be a foolish system man talking about that.
No, borrow it from her.
Some light, man. I'm a bulb get dark, you know. Eh? Got to yell me the light.
I forget the generator. I forget a generator.
No, but after the wire man, you have to lend me the light. I never know you can borrow light, so. Your electricity property, man, you know. No more, no hide and borrow light for your friend. So, and then you give back your friend it. You think you borrow money or something. The light. Yeah? Maria, lend me look light now.
Before Maria lend the light. Yeah, the 100 years, because we want to say if I promise them their commitment. But hold on now. When you play the minister who's under siege right now, we don't hear much from him, you know. And he is the one minister we're supposed to hear from a lot. Especially now, I want to hear much from him, and that is the Minister of Information. You know, have a famous quote where I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Why you play that one?
Rattigan, stop, Rattigan. You put the man under heavy manners and you still want to hear the man mouth. That's not going to happen.
See ya.
People do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
So,
I've always said,
no, go ahead.
Yeah, man.
To people, do not trust the words of politicians.
You can't trust him.
So if him say, do not trust the words of politicians, I'm going to do the definition now. So, is the Prime Minister a politician? The answer obviously is yes. So what the Minister of Information here is saying, and at the time he was saying, don't trust him. Yeah, he's saying don't trust my boss. Because he's a politician, and I've always said to people, do not trust her. And then him say, and by the way, don't trust me either.
Yes.
You know, don't trust me.
He said, man, you could play him 100 days because the man mix up himself too much, you know. Yeah, man. And Joe, you see when you make these things, they're there, our saying, you know, are you saying? Are you? Look here, and it pass. I'm at a fucking come make more promises, man. See me?
Prime Minister Andrew Holness made a promise to complete 5 key things in his first 100 days in office.
Within our first 100 days of government, we will start the legislative process to fix the date for general elections in Jamaica.
We will in 100 days. We will. So you're supposed to do that. We will. You're not supposed to be 3,000 days after. First 100 days, we will. Fire break that we're done with you.
You want yeah, play it back.
No, man.
Mr. Andrew Holness made a promise to complete 5 key things in his first 100 days in office.
Within our first 100 days of government, we will start the legislative.
Stop it. No, the commentator, she said the Prime Minister made a promise. She used the word promise.
Yes.
He come and he said, and it's right there on the screen. He said, we will. Yes. That's even stronger than a promise. A promise is like, I promise to do it. But you know how it promise. But when you say we will. We
you
will.
break that promise, you break everything.
That's not a
guarantee.
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 Yeah. That's more than a promise. That's a guarantee. When you say we,
and
you emphasize it, and you emphasize it, we will.
We will.
And emphasize it. So
yeah. And as soon as we will think about it and then try it. Okay. So we will. Yeah.
The process to fix the date for general elections in Jamaica.
Promises on top of promises. Can you guess how many were kept? Well, that didn't go too well. Let's see what he's promised in the last 100 days.
October 4, 2023. In 2020, Andrew Holness had promised to build 100,000 houses by October 4, 2023. This promise was scaled down to 70,000 units, but up to the end of 2022, a total of only 15,477 housing units had been built.
15,477.
Yep.
And him saying build the most houses when I'm on the same 4-year term and build over 40,000 houses. You might tell people lying, man.
Under his administration, since 2016. On October 6, 2023, 365 NSHP houses were promised, but only 160 homes were completed. On October 18, 2023, Holness promised he would lower the inflation rate, which was at 5.1%, but by November 2023, it was 6.3%.
Today, it's gone at 7.4 and to go up more inflation gone through the roof. Right now. Okay.
Which was not only higher than October, but outside the BOJ's target range of 4.0 to 6.0%. On October 29, 2023, he promised significant investments to facilitate the transformation of the JCF. To date, many rank-and-file police personnel still await overtime payments. On October 30, 2023, Holness advocated for peace in the Middle East and the protection of human rights for all. Yet, Jamaica missed the UN General Assembly vote on humanitarian truce in Gaza on October 27, 2023. On November 2, 2023, Holness promised to make sure that all Jamaicans have access to water, then committed 50,000 water tanks, but said only 3,000 would be distributed.
Always do this now. All Jamaica have access to water, but him said yes. Yeah.
On November 8, 2023, Andrew Holness promised to respond to the Integrity Commission about his 2022 and 2023 statutory declarations not being certified. As of February 2024, he has not updated the country, nor have they been certified. On November 19, 2023, Holness promised $330 million for a special housing-related response for home repair. The next day, on November 20, 2023, Holness also promised to commit to address the issues and offer support to the residents affected by flood rains. As of February 2024, many residents are still waiting on said funds. On November 22, 2023, Holness repeated a promise he made in 2021, which was to provide 12,000 titles. On November 24, 2023, Holness promised $1.4 billion to clean up Jamaica. On November 25,
the people of Jamaica never do team on promise them money they for clean it up, you know.
Yeah,
okay.
2023, Holness said that the government has shown they can keep the dollar stable. When he took office, the dollar was 121.22 to 1. And today, the dollar is 156.80 to
it then near to 158 right now if you Google it. 157 something 158.
1. On November 26, 2023, Holness promised to end energy poverty, lower light bills, and reliance on makeshift lighting solutions. On November 28,
oh, you end energy poverty to people, poverty. When you don't have the money for paying, you can't even buy food. You not get free light, you know, but you can end energy poverty. You come up with a new thing right here. Eh? You can end driving poverty too. Give people a car. Me don't know how that work.
2023, Holness repeated his promise to shift 50% of Jamaica's electricity to renewable energy, knowing that as he made the promise, the government had not sent off even one request for proposal in regards to this under the 8 years of his leadership. On January 8, 2024, Holness promised at minimum 500 new houses under the NSHP. On January 10, 2024, Holness promised to reimagine and reshape the way we utilize our markets island-wide. On January 17, 2024, Holness promised a Type 5 health center for Portmore, which is currently without a hospital. On January 24, 2024, Holness promised the 40 billion Spark program, which is supposed to revitalize secondary, parochial, and community roads across the island. On February 11, 2024, Holness promised to turn Clarkstown in Trelawney into a city. On February 12, 2024, Holness promised 1.52.0, indicating that he will increase the tax threshold. From 2016 until now, one thing remains constant:
empty promises. Let's hear from Holness himself as to why he made these promises.
So no government will be able to come and make false promises and hide the truth and tell you half-truths and trick you into voting for them, and then when them win, them throw on poison for you.
Time come for a
Yeah, man.
Which government in the past trick people and throw poison on them after them win the election? I'm trying to figure that out. I mean, it makes no sense.
People too, you know. Yes. Because them didn't tell them try the election in 1983. And then the IMF money, and then them push up the dollar, you know, from what to $3 something, and then lock down some of the hospital, them and start lock down and, you know, change up the whole thing. The free education, free system, them abandoned that. And then, you know, him lock down the bus, the JS, lock down in the 1983 too, you know. And then start divest out the thing there. You know, from the IMF. So we know these things. And I like, you know, and I like it never did. So when them come and say free education, free, it did it before, man, and we know it move, man. And you have to speak truth to power, you know. Now go that. Me hear Honest right now. Me hear him with I say they manage the pandemic good. And when them come out, but I tell you this, at 3,741, them register say perish. And them angry the economy really bad, the angry the people them bad. Very bad. I remember, you know, in the budget debate, it was one person in March. And they locked down the place and then open up back for the general election. And then so much people perish that goddamn sin. Never shown it. Right? So you're the one of them promises where you make. And not come up with nothing and say no government can't throw pies upon you. Him throw more than pies, him say radam too, you know. Eh?
Well, one of the things, let me just kind of digress a little bit and talk about the situation concerning Chairman Rowan James.
Yes.
Tomorrow, the Court of Appeal, I believe, will listen to his case for reinstatement. And I'm just asking all of the listeners, you know, tell your friends, tell your family members, whichever, whomever God you serve, make a prayer and ask for the reinstatement of Chairman Rowan James, because you have some evil forces against the people of Jamaica. And when I say the people of Jamaica, here's a connection. Because you might say, well, Chairman Rowan James is with the Police Federation, so the interdict him. So what does that have to do with the people of Jamaica? Remember now that the JCF is there as a force for good. It's there to serve, protect, and reassure whom? The people of Jamaica. Now, how do they do that? It's a job. They have to get paid. They get paid to put their lives on the line, to serve, protect, and reassure. Now, they've been working overtime and they have not been paid. A lot of them not being paid overtime. And this has been going on for years. They're not paying the correct overtime payments. And what happened was Chairman Rowan James and his group, they tried to talk to them to get them to, you know, make sure that people, you know, got paid on time and in the correct amounts. That didn't happen. So they went to court in 2022. And the court gave them, meaning the Ministry of National Security, gave them until March 31st to put a digitized system in place so that people would get paid. People get paid on time and in the correct amount, because before that they have a manual system. March 31st came. Oh, the Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Minister Nigel Clark, he allocated the funds for the JCF to build out that system. And the system was supposed to go into effect April 1st. That system to date has not been in full effect. And we still have people not getting paid in the correct amounts and on time. So Chairman Rowan James, he took the government to task. When I say the government, Ministry of National Security, because he had no issues with the Ministry of Finance because the money was allocated. So he took them to task, and they doubled down. They wouldn't, they started treating the policemen and policewomen like they're just not people, but they're just objects that you can just kick them, move them around, do whatever they want to do. Not, I don't understand how they could not realize that these are living, breathing people who they depend on that salary to take care of them families and also to prepare themselves to come back to work, to protect the people of Jamaica. And because the man simply stood up against them and said, listen, this cannot work. My rank and file members, and by the way, he represents about 96% of the JCF. And he said, listen, my rank and file people, they're suffering. We need to get the overtime pay. We need to make sure we get the overtime pay in full and we get it on time. And that still hasn't happened. So they violated the court order. And just because the man talked to them about it, them say, go to your yard. Them send him home. He filed an action. The judge said, no, must bring him back. Them have the man like you or you. No, them go to the Court of Appeal. Them say, no, send him back home. So tomorrow, they're going to have a hearing about reinstatement. And I'm asking each and every one of you, keep him in your thoughts, keep him in your prayers. But not just him, but the JCF as well, because, they have some bad apples in there. Believe me, some very bad apples, but they have some very good people as well. And I dare say most of the police officers in the JCF, they're good, dedicated, professionals. And they're there to provide the safety and the security that we as citizens deserve and desire. So just think about and keep him in your prayers. And hopefully, God willing, the court will rule in his favor and then bring him back, and so that he can continue the fight that he's been waging against them. And that fight is not for him. That fight is not for Chairman. That fight is for the rank and file people in the JCF. And by extension, the people of Jamaica. So folks, please keep him in your prayers, keep him in your thoughts, and let's think positively about the outcome from the hearing tomorrow.
And Ratty, with Chairman Ron James, we want to tell him a little thing. I'm going to play something that keep here too, because him have a liar. You wild man, I'm liar. Him have a liar. When it come to my attention that he meet some of them in our car park, a shake up and a greet and things. So, Ron James, we know you must have watched something. Listen, keep your eye open here. Talk to your liar about who we meet up with near the car park. Liar, we know say meet up with them in the car park. Don't betray people around here. Okay? We know you meet up with them. Ron James, when you hear about liar and them compromise and move them same time, do not play and skin teeth with them. You understand? That's how we see it. And then we want to play something with a police where him have a vice note. We want to talk something about Chairman Ron James too, So I want to play the vice note. And this are the same sergeant when name Noel Morgan, him get dismissed by Wellington for corruption. Yeah? Because he might tell about party and then he might tell lie upon the man too, Because he might go by ears without proof, but he might tell you, they can play something where you're hearing about it. This is how them spread them propaganda. He might tell you, say, him is a follower of the JLP and him put the green thing upon him gun, But him take it off because he never want to shoot or what. But yes, still, he must say the man did have this and the man got perform for the big mama. Hear this. Hear this. I have to play them thing, I make Ron James, if you listen, well, one of them are watch and listen to Ratty. So, make a play to make him hear the man I call up him name. Yeah. Well, text me about that sergeant again. Yeah, hear this. All right, so, all right, Sita. All right. I'm going to tell you something. Remember me the right side of them, Right side of them. Mr. James, if you hear this, be the right side of them, and them them little group, and them do some little things, and we pull out everything from side of them, so we can play it for make your ear, put it on your foot. Here, be careful. Go say, what you do? We're glad the man recover good man. Let me tell you something. As strong as me sound, but I sound very strong in anything me do.
I was very strong in representation when I was at the Federation. When I was selling insurance, we couldn't even see me the night time. It was aggressive out here selling insurance. And doing very well. When I work in a force, they get everything I have. I'm that's my thing. Anything I do, they get everything I have. But me telling you all the while, so I'm not blind to this thing, No, man, I'm not willing to none of them. That is why I live over there. So, I'm trying to tell you, but I don't understand what I say. We go there a couple of times.
Go there.
And I pass.
Mm-hmm.
Tell you something. When we was serving, we was so meticulous in not exposing myself. Except the little brand of politics in where we serve. My colleague, I know some support the Labour Party. But if we go about me, wear a green shirt and I green up myself and listen. I understand. Me was in 2007 when we spot the little victory. We put on one green armband for my pistol grip.
And the pistol grip.
I work every day,
You man band.
And one day the spirit said to me, what you do? You man, take out the tablet away. So put your jaw, take on shoot to a man. And the evidence is that this Detective Gov't in gun with a green armband bunny. And kill him PNP supporter. Dash that.
You hear this?
Take it put on the car, lock you up in a glove, come back. You know, what by the seat. You don't stay there, man. No, man. I don't stay there. So that, I can imagine Ryan James take off a uniform. And campaign and canvas.
No,
I couldn't live with them. I support my policeman. What's mad? Crazy, you're crazy. Him shooting knife was on the time about my federation chairman.
Yeah, there.
Ford, I want to the thing I have against him. And so I got Mexico's okay, Virgin. 1989, me take me 2 years scene.
Ford.
On the stage, so we both remember. I headline the next morning. Headline I glean at the following morning, the 10th of February, 1989. That's what you remember. All of a sudden, I have lapse of memory. With folded fish and a box champagne on the platform. The American man live victory. I mean, no business of which party. No policeman is supposed to do that. No policeman is supposed to do that. I'm not sitting there with nobody, brother. I mean, leave the force and I sell insurance. We go on campaign with a good friend, Robert McFarlane, who I Center Northeast.
Center.
Right? In 93. I don't think he in contest in 97. I died before that. And we go on a couple of walk with Eli Clark.
Eli Clark.
With Omar Davis.
Omar Davis.
2 or 3.
Oh.
With Togo Hamilton. 2020.
Mm-hmm.
But this election, I don't do not at all. I don't know one thing a man call me. I say I must come support him. In the vehicle and say, tell us how I can't manage that. You can't manage that at all, brother. I go to jeopardize my vehicle and jeopardize myself. We never no campaign trail. No, I know my kind of thing that. We hold every election. Can you imagine my police and a campaign for political party? Me? No, man. So we balance it. You have some balance as police. You know? So, no, brother. I don't go there one day, it's a trip. As a matter of fact, 2020.
This a trip.
2016, we couldn't go because I work at hotel, lock up a hotel most of my work. So we couldn't do nothing.
We couldn't do
nothing. Just go vote, the election, and could come back to work. And 2020 at the most in the campaign. We go from 5, let me say 2 with 3 with Toba, 2 with Era, and 1 time.
Okay.
That look at 6. I'm going to go a few times with Robert McFarlane, I say insurance. McFarlane, I'm a father, I'm a daddy dad.
So him say him not, let me stop him. So him say him not campaign, but him campaign. And him say him put on the green pan him gun, pan him thing there, but him take it out because him shoot a PMP. You hear him think and him say, well, him say Ford in 89. But me ask him if him know say Trinity was say I go bodyguard. But tell you. So him say Ford, but him not say Trinity. You see them play their little game there sometime when Trinity come condemn the thing after that, You understand? Him say him never mind. Because him was this. No, him come and him tell you. But him say Ford, him condemn Ford, but he not condemn Trinity. Them play hypocritical with who him there with? Xerox. The one named Eli Clark. Xerox, Copy. Yeah, man. The one they were Yeah, a copy zero. Him know what me I talk about, you know. Yeah, man, with them Xerox. Him did that with Xerox and did that with the one B&B. In power with B&B, the one with B&B. Yeah, the one that too. Oh man, yeah man, the one that the B&B, you know. Him have the nicest B&B. According to film friend, them not easy, you know. But yes, still him not play this. And then him blame the chairman, so they blame the chairman take off clothes and go do this. Never go so. Him not have nothing about that and all these kind of things, you know. But him just hear that, who must you know this? This is how they spread rumor because Big Mama say it. You know, so Big Mama and next thing, but like Andrew Wallace, the right side of him. Him not know that. Him not have the proof it, then if a man on a campaign, you must come show me something with him then, man. If you see him and say him take off this and have it, that means you must have a picture or something with him then. Come show it, no man. I go look back and whoosh hear that. But last year, 2016, 2011, 2011, then I must can go look back on them video or something and show me him. Go show me him. Eh? The one I know, you know, Owen Ellington have to move him, can I tell him son go collect, you know. Corruption, you know. Yes. Him will attack. What him name? Him name Noel Morgan, detective sergeant. Was a detective sergeant and Owen Ellington have to move him up. For the same corruption, for corruption. Eh? And him a talk about man, this and that. You see, but tell you, say, when them not clean, you know, you have to be careful who attack, you know. You have to be careful of them. That's why I'm get kicked out, you know. For corruption, brother. Yeah, man. For corruption. That's why I'm get kicked out. Nah, work. You understand? It bad. So, chairman, we just say we have to make him speech, and me I tell you now, be careful, are you liar? You ask him about the car. But if you watch me now, just call about the car park, you know. And say, listen, we just see them man, remember them man, they're the win, you know. And be the side of them, you know, because me say soup, you know, me have like a phone, like a White House phone. So when me tell you something, just listen me. Go make your call and don't keep some people, I better change up some people, yeah? Yes. You understand? And then we just play a voice note. So if you hear it, try seek it. Try get it and listen. Can you hear me call who name or call up your name? Yeah? This is how they spread propaganda, yeah? Yes, man. Yeah, Ratty. So you talk back to you because they might try to get rid of the chairman and win under the foolishness with them. Yes,
yeah,
man.
Two quick things. One is that Junior National Chat mentioned that we should have keep wise focus on the Prime Minister's promise or commitment to spend $1 billion Jamaican dollars to fix up the Oterious market. And
yes.
that we know is that exercise in chopping, because it shouldn't cost $1 billion to just put up a structure like a market, because you just put a bathroom, a toilet, and everything open. You don't have build no rooms, like everything open, just the top and the support and the foundation and like that. $1 billion. But here's something that one of the things we ask people for do, and we do it. We do it because we know not everybody have the time and the patience to go through it. But there's something called a throne speech, right? And the throne speech is given at the opening of Parliament, and it's given by the Governor General every year, and it is what the government actually gave him the throne speech, because when talk about is just what the government do, what the government plan for do, right? So this is something that's prepared for him. Him not make this thing himself. The government give him, and it might as well the Prime Minister that read it, because it just talks about the government's plans for the future, right? No, the one that was just given on February 15th of this year, the very first thing the Governor General started talking about on behalf of the government, him talk about, and I'll just follow the people who are going to vote tomorrow. Think about this, because poor people we are representing now. We are fight for now, right? We're not fight for rich people. Them not for fight, because them control things. But the masses not control nothing. Now we have to fight tooth and nail to get stuff done. Here's where it said. First thing him said, we have had 10 consecutive quarters of economic growth since the pandemic. That's one. Number two, unemployment rate is at 4.2, lowest in the history of Jamaica. 3, balance of payments surplus, first time since 1966. Global rating Standard and Poor's upgraded Jamaica's credit rating to double B minus, the highest level it's ever been. Jamaica's net international reserves were at a record high, and the government issued the first ever Jamaican dollar-linked bond on the international market in the amount of 46.6 billion Jamaican dollars, or 300 million US dollars. 6 things I mentioned. Now, the question I want to ask all of you voters.
What that benefit to the, what that benefit to the masses of people? Them understand the language, them. Me, you understand it and tell me it's a garbage. It please the guys, them like Grace Kennedy and them guys, because them can borrow more, and the government can borrow more when you have something like that. So we know economics. We run as so now, might have lived in the wilderness, I might have gone, but we know this. You can't go around me. And Ratty, urban, marry, you can't go around me, right? But it not, come on, man.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. Them not talk about the inflation rate, right?
The inflation,
right? They're not talk about inflation. So all of them things that me just mentioned to you, when them brag about, ask yourself the question, like Lonesome said, how does that benefit you? How did that trickle down to you? Show me somewhere, somehow, something that you benefited as a result of all of these things that them just don't say. Because people, what all this I talk about? All this when them talk about them get international awards and recognition is just that them try to pay off the debt at a record
time. It hurts you more.
And so that means and so that means you have less money to spend on your people.
Thank you. That push inflation up.
And what it also means is because now them give at this rating, you go out and you borrow more. So it's more.
You borrow more and put it up to a great grandparents can't pay it back.
Exactly.
That them put the country in our wall.
And then in November 2023, them said them issued the first of a Jamaican dollar-linked bond, right? In the amount of 300 million US dollars.
Hold on.
When them get the money there? Okay.
No move. So the money in the pandemic where them get, they grant them alone, no more than $1 billion them get. They might take about 300 million like that. We never worry about that. Go give it the money where you get to give the people them and spend on them. Wait there. Me don't know him come and tell me about all this about pan and about foreign and that. You know, I'm not to do the people them again. Go in, man. No, that's how we have to talk to them in a rhetoric. Them like go and get up. No, we have to just talk to them on a level where the people them understand me and them understand too. Don't come with them looking foolishness around them, man. You understand? Them for go, man. Yes,
no, because what happens is you start ask them, okay, this Jamaican dollar-linked bond, right? Where them actually sell bonds to investors and things like that to get the money. You say, okay, where are we with that? When the money come, is it earmarked for what? Or we can trace that money. That
million. And then when the match where you have to give the people them, you have that band, you know. So me buy into that band thing. So you have to give me an interest for my money too, you know.
Yeah, you have to pay interest.
Because me have to get interest too. So the government like them borrow money. Because you see everything with them a promise is the money them look for borrow, you know.
And you see what them do?
Them put it for how much years them put it for. Because the band maybe how much years?
It not say. But here's the thing. You're right. Them don't put inside here that and see most people when them hear all of them things that it's like it sounds nice. But them just not people not pay attention. And some people just don't have the
money them look for borrow.
And them don't have the interest in deciphering this. Because at the end of the day, when you say this Jamaican dollar-linked bond, like you said rightly, there's interest attached to it. It's a loan, basically.
Then we could put my money in a bond, government papers, government bond, and then when it mature, you not give me back nothing, you just give me back my source of money. And where you can use the money to.
Yeah, and we don't know the terms of this. We don't know the terms.
No.
We don't know the terms. We don't know the interest rate. We don't know the time period.
But then go on about them business, man.
We don't know. So people, like I said, we will continue to do this. But those of you who can, just go and take a look at the throne speech, THRONE, given by the Governor General, and it was given this year in Parliament on Thursday, February 15th. Just take a look at that and you see some of the things with them do. But ask yourself the question. And I always, this is one way of finding out if your government is working. Go back and read this document and say to yourself, okay, when you tell me say all of them things are we're not doing it good. Tell me about the things them were promise, on a committed to, on a guarantee, and never get done. Let me balance it. Let me see what now do, right? Because this document just I say, yeah. But there's another document, and that's a document where we are provide now. We are showing you the flip side of the coin. And I say, look at all the things that them promise you. And even the things that them say them are do, there are hidden clauses that you don't know about that you will suffer the consequences of.
Yes.
You don't know about it. So there you go, brother.
They try to raise money, and they might do it in the diaspora to tell about you 300 million, this and that when them squander money. Listen, them have a budget when them just start about 1.3 trillion. Remember 2015, 2016 budget was 641 billion, you know. So the budget double and the clover right now. And you don't know where the money are spent on. That for sure you how the economic or the place it gone. It double. If you want the massive feel something, so the country will go right then. When they do then, what if you might charge 15% on some things, when they do now, move that tax upon some items and thing and drop it to even 10%. So the masses can feel something. So if you buy a bread and it reach 550 now, so it put out with the tax with upon it, it'll go down back to even 400 and something dollar. So you don't feel something then ratty. And so you spread out something for the massive. Drop it at 750, 7.5%. From 15%. If you want the masses feel something, not the big boys then, but the masses, you really do something for the masses then. And if you go to, man.
But you know something, gentlemen, those points that you mentioned that came from the throne speech, Ratigan, they should be put on a board as bullet points.
Right.
Those major points there. And then everybody, especially an investigative reporter, go to the hospitals, go to the schools, go throughout the different parishes and the roads, the fire stations and the police stations, and put those same things on another board and do a comparison to say, okay, this is what you say is happening here. Wonderful. But this is the reality. This is the reality. Because the reality and the theory are not matching at all. But it is the reality that affects the people the most. They can say whatever they want, that is on black and white. It doesn't affect people's lives at the end of the day. They don't have better schools. They don't have better health care. They don't have better roads. Crime is still out of control. So if the people's lives are not changed for the better, then I don't think they should be, there's nothing to be boasting about. You can pay your debt, you're supposed to pay your debt, but people's lives are not impacted.
Let me interject a little bit, because they're saying in the reporting that Jamaica's economy relies heavily on low productivity services, yet it faces high connectivity costs while grappling with pervasive crime. So we know the crime that to pay to control crime, or else nobody wants to invest in the country, right? There's vulnerability to any kind of external financial market changes in the US and elsewhere. The country's dependence on imports and tourism makes it vulnerable to external development. Climate-related shocks can undermine growth and poverty reduction efforts, right? So Jamaica is by far not out of the woodwork, because with only 4.5 billion or so that they have in the reserves.
Yes, and that have like a couple weeks, maybe 16 weeks, that'll become more, and if that done, say it done, say Jamaica like Sri Lanka.
They're saying that the financial sector is well capitalized and liquid, but it remains susceptible to those shocks we talk about, whether it's climate or whether it's financial shocks coming out of Wall Street. Integrating climate change adaptation into policy frameworks is essential for resilience. So we see them dabbling a lot with climate change. But the question is, how resilience as it becomes. Look at what happened to Jamaica in the last 2 weeks when the tidal wave came in and swept right through these hotels on the North Coast, right? Causing damage, disrupting guests. So we now are just as susceptible as Miami has become, the shores of Miami. And it's going to disrupt tourism. And once it disrupts tourism, they cannot do anything about it. They have to build these, what they call barrier islands, the barrier reefs, to break up those strong waves.
Breakwater, yes.
Yes. You know, and if they want Jamaica to be the place to live, work, raise families, and do businesses, then we have a long way to go, because the money that they're paying when they talk about the low productivity jobs, the monies that they're paying these people cannot survive on their own, because the cost of living, especially in real estate, is going through the roof. So you're going to need partnerships in buying homes, and then the same thing with buying these the 2-bedroom condos that were 28 million. All of a sudden now, 6 months later, they're at 45 million, right? 40 to 45 million. Nobody's making that kind of money, and they can't afford it. You know, in selling a house down here, you're gonna have to have several people from the family or fiancés, or combine their incomes, combine their wealth to buy the place. So things are not easy by a long shot, and they're not out of the woods, because on the other side of the coin, I think Maria touched on it somewhat, is the healthcare system that has holes in it and is sinking. You cannot have Panama Regional out there with a $14 billion deficit right now.
He got a 21 herb.
Oh God, well,
21.4 billion.
21.4 billion.
Yes.
That sounds to me like added funds for elections.
Yeah.
Right? Because I don't see, as much as the money has been added up lately, people are still sleeping. When you show the video, they're sleeping on the floor in the hospitals.
Yes.
And the departments are not completely finished out with hiring of new doctors and stuff, new specialists rather, for those departments. So they're still having problems. They're still not up to the North American hospital systems that they crave, that they said they're going to get to.
Yes. I want to show you a video like right up on this topic right there with the hospital. Same thing with done at Beverly Original. Just watch a video here. And this wrenching. I have to try to help him, But look on this. Look on this.
Please, if you can, me can't Original help me with my hand, because it cut off and much it eat it out. And I live on the street. I need some help. Please.
It pinning up. It cut off, then put it back. Look what I'm doing.
Bandage right now, more than 100 worms. Hundreds of worms. Magic. I don't tell you worms. Magic. In a head. Sometimes I walk and them all drop out. Sometimes they will go with people and the magic will drop out.
So it's infected.
Yes.
Then tell them try to save the hand, but it's not safe. The hand is just dead. So magic that easy back. Please, me I beg you for help, please.
I beg you help.
How long ago was this? How
Yeah,
old is
Colonel
this?
Original, young man asked us for the help. When he got there, nurse, doctor, only not turn the back. Please, give him my help.
Colonel Original.
All right?
Hear this.
I ask you help. Help him out. When you next visit the hospital?
never tell me anything. He just tell me, say, the man tell me, say, if you go to type 5, make them write a letter, and when we go, but time before that, when we go, the doctor tell me, say, if I type 5, may go, may have to come to hospital, or the hand bad. Them can't deal with this a type hard and thing. And when we go back again, a different doctor tell me, say, me have to go to type 5. And after I stay up there the whole day, I'm hungry, I'm cold and everything. We just left and not go back. Got a lot of days to call, but you up on the street. But me need some help. The doctor tell me, say, if me not this, it can't kill me. Come here, walk me, but sometimes this me just get embarrassed. See that right now. They say if me ever take off this, you'll have run. The doctor said one thing ever see worse than this, really. I want a man throat. One old man throat or magic going there. Look at me. I say when we take off it, the amount of magic, all the nerves have to come with them phone and video. I talk about magic. You throw something and you wash something and you use the tweezers and pick out some because they don't have flesh. And so small ones in there, they say them are the problem. Because when they pick out the big one, the small ones down in there, and them eat up back and there. And when I go, come and them not help me, they stay up the whole day and then them tell me so. And me just get frustrated. We need some help. We need to. The light when you take off back the hand and just like cut it off and make it can better. Because them put on back the hand and the hand have no life. So much that's why magic just eat it back. When me come to the hand, me can't feel. The hand is dead. The hand dead 100%.
All right, nurses, we depend on you to help this young man. Please, I'm give him a helping hand. All right, we depend on you. This is Jamaica. Let's look out for them, the street people. Give them a help, please. All right, doctors, give him a helping hand. Want to know his face? Omar, tell him your name and so.
Omar McFarlane.
Yeah, man. Give him my help, please. All right.
So I'm go over Beryllium and them run him go at L5 and them thing there. This is what I want. This is a tough turn, you know. And this are the man where them say him are the best. Right? Them say him are the best health minister. Him. Then we can show the youth with the shot in their head. Then we show you the woman lose her baby and a beg for toilet tissue. And then him not take blame neither, you know. Him say no, everybody else in blame. But you have spent so much money. And if this was in America or something, people, doctor can't turn you away. Them couldn't make your hand for a mortgage and all kind of thing and turn you away in the business. Put it on and not care for you. Can't work. Eh? Andrew Holness, man, is that you're a goddamn shame, man. Eh? Look on this. Where's Serati?
Let me just pull up something here. Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Yes.
If you go back in the same throne speech, I mean, people should read it. Ministry of Health and Wellness. All right. Them say, our health sector is undergoing the most comprehensive infrastructure improvement since our independence. And them highlight that statement. Them highlighted. Our health sector is undergoing the most comprehensive infrastructure improvement since our independence. And they go on to say, the government has broken ground for the modernization of the Spanish Town Hospital to offer a broader range of specialized medical services, and has also made significant progress on the Cornwall Regional Hospital Rehab Project. Hold on, not share something. Hold on there. Hold on there. Now compare it to something, right? I'm going to read you something. Remember them just said that. Most comprehensive rehabilitation, blah, blah, blah. Read it this. Emergency services and hospital care vary throughout the island. I'm talking about Jamaica. And response times and quality of care may vary from U.S. standards. Public hospitals are under-resourced and cannot always provide high-level or specialized care. Ambulance services are not always readily available, especially in rural areas, and are not always staffed by trained personnel. We strongly encourage you to obtain traveler's insurance, including medical evacuation insurance, before traveling to Jamaica. This is the U.S. government.
All right.
Saying that about this,
the Jamaica government I tell the people them lie, I tell us them I do this and they tell us the best minister doing what? PR.
And this is a travel advisor, right? And I just want to educate those of you who are not aware, and those of you who are aware, please bear with me. If you want to know about the medical sector, healthcare sector in Jamaica, there's one person you need to talk to, one person only, and it's not the Prime Minister, and it's not the Minister of Health and Wellness, and it's not the Permanent Secretary. It's not the Junior Minister. It is the Regional Medical Officer assigned to the U.S. Embassy. That's his job. He can tell you everything that's going on in Jamaican health sector. Believe me when I tell you this, people. Believe me. And this is his contribution to the travel advisory. He's saying, Americans, if you can avoid it, don't come. However, if you have to come, but make sure you have your medical insurance, because guess what? You're going to have to be airlifted, because Jamaica's health sector is no good. No good. And believe me, you see the video you just played? That regional medical officer, he has seen that video.
Yes, man. No, man. You see all of them?
See that video there?
Yes. You see them? Yeah, man.
Right. So yeah, somebody Herb 2000 said Magnitsky. Yes, Herb, but that we are coming in. You know, Sir Herb. You know the thing. Yeah. Drink the tea, man. I drink the tea. Yeah, Herbie tea. Yeah, drink the tea. But you know, you're so right, Lonesome, and I mean, it's sad to watch that man, because this is a modern times. That shouldn't happen. And the man I beg for help. The man serious.
And they are dead, you know. That kill him.
Lose him, man.
Something I kill him.
He might lose him, man. I probably lose him live. He probably lose him. It look like him definitely gonna lose him, man. And there's a possibility he might even lose him live. And him going the man same song the whole day, and people just ignore him.
And them go away. Well, them take
this guy needs a course of antibiotics first and foremost to stop the progress of the infection that is in his arm. Once it gets in his bloodstream, it go through his body. He could have get sepsis, and then sepsis shock and all this stuff, and take him out. So I mean, it's nobody. He should never have been released without a course of antibiotics to keep him and make sure that thing should have a place to report to daily so that they can check the dressing.
Jesus. Can you imagine what? Can you imagine you have worm and him like him body immune to the bite them now? Can say we pull it off them just a drop, you know. And him have it, you know, him and him just have it. Oh gosh, I eat him alive.
Terrible.
This can't be, Andrew. You can't say you love poor people, brother. You can't say you did it for the poor people, them and the world on attack foolishness. You know that we do know. Don't forget
do me a favor now, please. Me I beg you. Play Little House and Little Cottage and the Grill. Just want to make a commentary.
The Little Cottage and the Grill.
Yeah.
While
this man are dead. This man are dead. Man dead. And him actually watch himself a die. The man actually watch himself a die.
Yeah, man.
And while that happened, the Minister of Health watch himself a skank and carry on and sing on beach while this are going.
This bad enough. It's bad, man.
Well, I don't think, I don't believe they're going to make that Vision 2030 goals that they.
Oh, like, and people use big toilet and people have nothing at all, what the herb. Nothing. It's bad, man.
They're facing non-communicable diseases and with crime and environmental impacts. And, you know, if it gets worse because of the global warming, then they're going to be in for a hard time with the climate change to come.
And you see, the man, him not no visa, him live on the street, him not no visa, him can't fly come to Miami like the rest of them and get proper medical care. Some of the stadium, what you can imagine how horrible that is. You watch yourself a rat.
Eating alive. Eating alive, ratty.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Been eaten alive.
But and while this are going, and while we have people that sell cardboard for $500 so people can sleep on the floor, and while we have people like herded like cattle, you know, where them can pass on all kinds of diseases right next to each other on lounge chair.
Yes.
Right? Hold on, the phone ring.
Oh, for phone ring.
But you know another thing too, gentlemen, is to see this young man going to the hospital and being turned away by the very staff that was supposed to care for him, you know? And nobody seems, they're asking for help, but he went to the facility to get help. How do you turn him away? How do you turn him away?
With his hand in that condition.
With the compassion. With his hand in that, but it has pins in there, sir. It has pins. How is he going to take those pins out?
He can't pull it out himself.
How is he going to take it? It would have been better for them to just amputate his hand and care for him until it, know, so it could heal. But to put pins in there, how is he going to care it? He doesn't have a place to care for himself properly. And you have a hospital running at $21 billion deficit right now, basically. And that's why. Because they're not getting any care. And you go, how, I keep asking this question every time we talk about the hospitals. When did the hospitals become this way? Because I remember my grandfather being hospitalized. I remember my father being hospitalized, doing surgery. He did surgery in Jamaica. I remember my mom being sick. I remember me going to the hospital. I remember family members going to the hospital. You had beds in the hospital. Medical staff was there. Medication was there. Any treatment that was needed, it was right there. When did this downward spiral start? When? And how are they going to right this ship and rectify the situation and bring the hospitals back to what?
Bad, man. Bad. Oh, you want the Negril? Sita? Oh, come on here.
Home a little catch it in the hill. Way up in West Negril. This man
Stop it, brother. Let me see this. Now, people, family, just think about it. All of us are related. No more than 6 removed. If you go back 6 generations, you'll find the whole of it connected, right? We have one of our brothers here with him on a rat nerve, right? Him have no feeling in that. Chances are I'm going to lose that hand. And there's also the possibility he might end up losing him life before him get some medical, instead of him getting the medical attention, no, for prevent all of them things there. Him go and them people him can't get the medical attention. And yet still we jump and show off and carry on. And say we, the ministry and the government, talk about the healthcare system and the this and that. And we know them a lie. But I want to look at the contrast. You see how gloomy and depressing it was listening to that man talking about our brother, talk about him hand him lip on the street. Right? Compare and contrast that to this. What we see right there, so now the man who's in charge of the medical the medical sector in Jamaica, the healthcare sector in Jamaica. You see where him there, and you see how him look. He look happy. Him look joyous. And look at the picture. Puffy clouds behind him, in front of blue skies, turquoise water. You know, good sun, and him there with a band, and he must sing, and everything is lovely. The mood is joyous, and him look like him to have a care in the world. And compare that to what we just done see a while ago. But the man sit down there, watch himself, a rat. We never tell you about the smell, you know. We can't even imagine how that smell, you know.
Oh gosh, man. I can imagine it live and moving and I eat you.
Yes.
And you can't do nothing about it.
You
must have feel the bite till you're numb to it, brother.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. He's being eaten alive. He's been eaten alive.
And look on wagwan, yeah, so let it go, my lion. Let the people
yeah, man, I let it go back, pipe.
Home a little cottage in the hill, way down in West End Grill. This man said, turn it on. Hey, baby, Jimmy, I miss you. Oh, my lips gonna eat. All you wanna go, to my surprise, you're right there. Oh, my little cottage in the grill. I wrote this line for you, baby. Oh, my little cottage in the green. Hey, baby, right. I realize I love you still.
So when the man has sing and feel all right and up and everything, and him not take blame by the way, Ratty.
No, but this is something. Look on him. He's a picture of health. And you look on him right now. Look like him eat well, him exercise, in the picture of health. And look on the man who him supposed to take care of. Him responsible for the man there, no?
Yes, of course.
Him responsible for the health care of every citizen in Jamaica and the tourism are coming into. Right? And you see how the man they look, and you see how him look. Him have not a care in the world. Not a care in the world.
Well, let me say this to you.
And this is who we say we are going to vote for. The people think about this is who we say we are going to vote for and keep them there to run our health sector. This, come on, people.
Yeah. See, Ratty, them have a comprehensive statement that says the Ministry of Health and Wellness has initiated a comprehensive primary healthcare reform to address changing population needs, right? It says integration, coordinating health services across public and private sectors, population-based care, ensuring access to services for all, individual care, meeting the diverse needs of different life stages, vertical and horizontal integration, facilitating service escalation and feedback loops, right? And they're going to all kinds of other things that that the meaning of these things, right? But it's not working. If the U.S. government health liaison can write those things up, then what they're projecting here and what's actually happening is like night and day, right? And the question is, what have they been using the designated funds to do all this time? And can we boast that we have a $4.5 billion US $1 billion reserve when our people are this bad off, right? What's the purpose of government other than to take care of people? These people, your people, our Jamaican brothers and sisters. Is there any other purpose of government you can think of other than
taking taxpayers' money, brother? Taxpayers' money, you know. Put on because them borrow some money for show it up, you know. So that no real, you know. So that inflation so that can move and everything still can move. That are different the same way.
Maybe they should be asked.
Deserve and attack foolish. It's like stop him attack.
Should be asking for a refund of the Market Me program so he can take care of these people.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no success. No success with that program. So what is he going to do about it?
All right, you know what me that said.
1 minute there. Yeah, 1 minute there, Wayne. I'm thinking about this, and Andrew Holness said that the Minister of Health has been voted as the best performing minister.
Yep.
And he talks about the fact, he says that they spend the most money on healthcare. What healthcare is he talking about? Whose healthcare? Because it cannot be, because the health system is as strong as every Jamaican like that. And wherever there is one, there are many. So when the speaker is running out to give this lady and this gentleman a wheelchair, why didn't she go and look about this man who's on the street and is most in need? I have nothing against this man getting a wheelchair, but there's a bigger problem here going on that nobody seems to be addressing. Everybody just, they're putting a Band-Aid on a scab, on an open sore. And that is the problem with Jamaica's health system, that a few people can fly out to Miami and get health care. But this young man who is he's literally been eaten away. This man can be eaten to death. He can get septicemia, can get septic shock. Yep. People, do they really understand what is happening to this young man? It can go into his bloodstream, and the next thing you know, it's in his brain. This is serious. So what I hope by now that somebody has seen it and have sent him to get the help that he needs, and he's getting the help that he needs, because he's in danger of being dead on the streets because he's eaten to death. He's eaten to death.
They don't really care. But Maria, I could tell Minister Tough Tongue, I could tell this, Maria, you're artist, and right now we bex with him, you know. Bex with him, and I'm not laugh with him, not even with him niggling think I was well serious. 3 things we need if we do.
You know, when this is an artist that have to fire.
Yeah, Maria fire artist right there. This man forget fired, man, him for go on, man. 3 things we want him for do, you know. You know, as a minister, 3 things. Full staff, that I want. Upgraded, make sure you have the equipment and the medication. If him just about them treating the right team, get a good hospital room. When full staff, that means you have doctor, nurse, you have the electrician, you have janitors, you have everybody, full staff for your hospital. Not certain, brother. Eh? And then medication, you know, you have medication for the thing. And you have the equipment. So you have the CT scan, the MRI machine, you have this, you have that, you have the vehicle, the ambulances and everything. If him just penetrate these 3 things, you have good hospital running. Not simple that we want. Him there talk about this and approve that and I go on this and I said this, we don't need, he's not supposed to even tell me about the building either, you know. Can the builder. You understand? They're not supposed to tell them to have agency where they deal with these things. Yeah? Them for come on, man, do better than this, man. Yeah, man.
People want to reach out and support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, because one of the things that we propose in terms of holding government accountable is a public relations campaign. Now think about what this would do to the tourism industry.
Yes.
If we were able to publish this globally. So listen, the U.S. Travel Advisory about the health concerns in Jamaica. The concerns are real.
Yes.
The concerns are real, because here is a man, a Jamaican national, who him on a rotten off in front of very eyes, and everybody did, and him can't get no medical care. So you see, when I'm telling you, the medical advisor said, please don't come to Jamaica, and if you come, try don't get sick, and if you come and you think you'll get, make sure you have your insurance so that them can fly you out, because airlift costs somewhere between 30 and 50,000 US dollars. Because guess what? If you look for proper medical care in Jamaica, it ain't there. You're not going to get it. Support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund, people. Go to ojldf.org. put our money in it, because things like this we need to highlight. We need to change the system.
Yes,
the system, just because the system won't change itself. It will not. We have to force the change. We have to become the change where we are seek, right? And we have to, and it will take money to do all of them things there. So we need enough to just go in and just put our money in it, because when them things are come to light, and people, I want to not think about this. You see, tonight, when I not go on to bed, I want to not think about that brother there. Our brother. I want to not, just like when I say a prayer for Ron James, Chairman Ron James, I want you to say a prayer for this man, that tomorrow him can wake up and hopefully somebody in the system will say, bring him in and say, look, make we address this issue. Yeah. I want to pray for this brother. Yeah. Because Uncle Prayer can help him right now.
Yeah, because you're pretty. Ratty, it's chop off and then
really a case for divine intervention, because the people him now help him. The man go and say, see me and a rat now, and them left him out there. And you hear what him say? Maria reminded us a while ago. You hear what him say? Instead of them treat the man, them take picture.
Yeah, them and take video.
Them take picture with the worm and drop out of the man's hand. Them take picture. Them don't help him. Them just take a picture.
But of them same man pin it, you know. So when I look both and it a rotten, can him not pin it himself? He did chop off. He did drop come off. And then put it on back. He must say, just take it off back and just cut it off. Like that.
Look, if there was a case justifying the U.S. travel advisory, it's this case. It's this case.
I tell you. So, Ratty, what happened to the one here? Ratty, what happened to the one here? Because if you go there and you're sick, the same hospital, this man sure. If you go there and sick, let me look how them that treat you in there and what have you. You can't fly and have the money. You go there as a U.S. citizen and you get sick down there. Let me see this.
Hey, Mr. Sam, my cousin in the chat, you know. Diane, big up yourself. Big up yourself.
Ratty, if you go there and sick, Ratty, see toilet that we have to use. Then go get a seat here. I
can't all this.
Yeah, man. Yeah, very original. Yes, it's here, man. See there? Them people not having nothing of them handing up on the floor. Look there. It's like a zombie town. Look there. Shano. Watch out, man. Sit down, every watch out. And he might get too much money for one, he might the best, man.
Hold on. Alright, I'll fire down there, go on, I'll have a team one minute come out for game it. I'm going down there, man, I'm down there.
Now, foot for the cardboard with them sleep there, yeah. See it? Now, this now. So, if you're American, you go down there and you end up all of them places. So, where you end up here? See where you bed them there? Yeah, man, you get one of that seat there. All them things that sit there. And all them can do is come on and boast in a ratty. America, right? You come on and boast the most, and we spending the most, this and that. Listen up here, stunt. It's not real. People could go for them toenail, ingrown toenail, and end up dead. I'm not joke me, I make. Serious thing. Yeah, man.
You know,
I can think, Ratty, the military downsize a lot of their hospitals. That means that they shut them down and force the military people to go out to the local hospitals, right? But that means the military put away those beds. So they have surplus beds, surplus mattresses, surplus sheets, pillowcase, pillows, and possibly surplus bandages and other things too. So maybe I need to talk to the local, not local, but the U.S. ambassador to Jamaica, who's Jamaican. Talk to him and see if he can ask DOD representatives at the embassy to inquire about the surplus medical equipment that the military has. You know, they shut down even the kidney dialysis sections, and that means you should have machines that is in storage.
Look, Herb, you and I know that the U.S. military, they start going compact. They start closing a lot of bases.
Yeah.
And that's why close to where me live, this base right here, so it full up because them close a lot of bases around the country. So they have a lot of surplus equipment. Now you see if the Minister of Health and Wellness. That minister too.
Yes.
If they were thinking people, right? And I've seen this happen. They'd come to the embassy and say, "Listen, boom, 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 boom," and that would be an easy fix. The U.S. government would have shipped all of the surplus things over to them. That's not a problem to get that done, right? Humanitarian aid, they would have get all of the things when we heard just talk about, plus the machines, because them close a lot of bases, a lot of bases, the U.S. bases get closed, and so them have all them things in a surplus, but these people are not thinking. They're not thinking. Them come and them talk a whole bunch of nonsense. And look, if you want to impress me, don't impress. Not that you have to impress me, but if you really want to impress me as a government official in Jamaica, don't tell me how much money you spend. Tell me how much people you help.
Make us see the result. Make us see the people
that
come and talk themselves.
Because when you tell me,
the people that may come and tell you, and you will see it yourself. Because them have video and everything, you're going to see it. You're going to see it.
Yeah, because when you tell me, say you spend money, what that means is that you disburse the funds. Not that the funds got to where it was supposed to go. So you could have disbursed it to your friends. Yeah, you could, exactly. So don't tell me how much money you spend. Just tell me how many people you helped. Then after you tell me that, you can't tell me how the money go and how it come down and how much. But if you notice, you won't hear them talk about how many people they help.
Nah.
You'll hear them always say, we spend the most.
The most.
We purchase the most.
The most.
And we did this and we did. But then you ask them, well, how many people did you actually help with these purchases? You won't get an answer. After you get an answer, it'll be a bogus answer, and it will fall apart once you start doing your research. You'll find out in quick order that what they're telling you is incorrect. It's just like how them tell me now, because I suspected that the Ministry of National Security now spend all of the money. And I heard mention it the other night about Senator Don Webby. When they start complaining, say, hey, when I ask for all of this money, and don't spend it, and we're like half the year already, right?
Yes,
so I got to understand that them give back, actually give back money. When they say them need money. And Herb and I, we've worked in the American government and the system, and we know, say, when you put a budget in and you say you need $1 to take care of your activities for the next year, if you spend 80 cents and you give back 20 cents and you put in a budget for $1, guess how much you get the next year? 80 cents. Because I'm going to say, you give back 20 cents, that means you don't need it, right? So that's why you have to spend the money when you get it, right? No. Them send me information and say, this is how much money we get, this is how much we spend, blah, 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 blah. I mean, somebody I work with me and them look on it and say, this don't make no sense. So what do you mean? The numbers don't add up. The numbers don't add up. So I go back to them and say, well, you what? You have to explain this to me, and get up to now, I'm still wait for them to come back to me. But what happens is that them think Mama Ray is fool, or them just give you something and then you just sit down with it and things like that. No. We go to the experts and say, tell me if this make any sense. This money I with them are give and thing and that. Because what happens is that them actually give back money. Believe that. I hope the JCF will listen to me now. I hope Chairman Ron James will listen to me now. Not that me I tell him something him don't know, but I hope him call them neighbors and them friends and rank and file them and listen to what we are saying now. The JCF actually give back money a year time. Them are boss, them under resource. The government said we spend the most money, but somehow some of that most money are come back to the government unspent. And then you have policemen that walk with booty la tear off, ill-fitted uniform, right? Not to mention them must spend so much money upon ammunition where them fire 36 gun salute when it should be 21, right?
Right now, I forgot to tell you, some ammunition thing, it kind of, I don't know about, but some ammunition shot, no training school and thing, you know, because like US kind of, you know, I don't know if they have for some feathers, but, you know, so they have to know what they do. They might send on people and come back.
All right. I can tell you this, that one time, right? The FBI, them have a huge shipment training ammunition, right? And them find out that a few of them do some audit, and a few of them, they were duds. But remember now, this is training ammunition, you know. Training. This is not what them are give for go up on the street, right? And you know them though? Them get rid of the whole shipment. I mean, I said to myself, say, no, if Jamaica did not think about this, right? I didn't even know about them could have reached out and said, listen, you see, when you have ammunition like this that you're going to just destroy, we will take it and we will use it so that our policemen and our soldiers them can use it for training purposes. Because this is not something you'll take on the street, right? This is just something for your practice with. And the military, all of them issues that we are talking about, beds, machinery, vehicles, ammunition, well, all of these things in surplus. But we don't have a good foreign minister, right? We don't have a good ambassador.
Yep.
Right? We don't have a good minister of national security. We don't have a good minister of health.
Mm-hmm.
None of them no good. We have none of them no good. Just name them. None of them no good. So them don't know how to approach people. And guess what? The Five Eyes country, UK, US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, along with the affiliates, Germany, Japan, and all of them know we're going to Jamaica because they have a presence there. So them know, say, look, these people are they're all for themselves. They're lining their pockets. They don't care about them country.
Yeah, man.
So them now come to
them face them know. Them not a sense of them know. That's why they wire the up. Them know. So them do it. Them know.
Jamaica, what Jamaica need? Jamaica need a revival. They need to sweep out the parliament. They just sweep it out and just bring in a new parliament and say, look, we could just start with some different people.
And then you put impeachment, you put something people for all them accountable. And you're too corrupted. You know, what hurt me.
But hold on. But you say something all the time, you know, and we need to mention it.
Yes.
Just because we sweep them out, that means we'll forget about what them do.
No.
Hold them accountable because you say it all the time.
I hold them accountable. Them can't turn them back. None of them. Even up at the top brass of police tower play politics, you know. You have to hold them accountable. You go in, you get rid of them, you put them for retirement and things, you have to investigate them. Aiding and betting criminality and all kind of things, you have to charge them too. Them not bigger than the law. You break the law, face the consequences. We're not business. You understand? So make them go and have them 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock now. But them to face it. Them have to face it. Clean up the place, man, and make it right, man.
And holding them accountable doesn't mean that when they are found guilty that they're allowed to keep their assets. No, the assets will be seized and sold and the money put back into the government coffers. So that is a way to start righting the ship and dealing with the corruption problem that's in Jamaica right now. It cannot continue like that. And when people get up and I don't understand the mindset of a person who gets up and says that Andrew Holness administration is doing good.
Nothing like that.
Where?
Crap.
Where? Crap. Because this one young man on the street with pins sticking out of his hands and maggot eating him alive tells you that the system is broken.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, we haven't spoken about Rattigan, you were talking about earlier about some of the situations facing Jamaica, the $10 billion deficit, that is the $10 billion less remittance that they've received 2 years running now.
Yeah.
So the remittances are decreasing. So imagine if tourism takes a hit because of this travel advisory. They're losing some money, some ground with remittances. Can you see the problems ahead that is coming for the Jamaican economy? And that is why being disrespectful to the diaspora was the biggest mistake that they ever made. You cannot disrespect the people with the money.
You know, there's I won't call his name, but there's a popular talk show host in New York, and he's been advocating that if the diaspora would like to flex its muscles, what they should do is they should say, you know what, for 1 month, we're not sending any money to Jamaica.
Of course.
Not sending any money, and just say the effects. Just 1 month. And I tell you, I'm going to call for it.
Good point. Stick up.
No, but we tell them before.
But guess what? That's a very good point. But look at the effects. Look at the effect. Can you imagine? I agree that would happen. But look at the effects. Just $10 billion short is having right now that they're speaking about it. So can you imagine the full impact of a month's worth of no remittance whatsoever?
All we need to do, we talked it before, and all we need to do, make sure we're granting them have the little pill them feed not 3 or 4 months. So you know, 7 months now, we send and say this, we'll buy a 6 month worth of pill. Because you look at diabetes and then, you know, high blood pressure, this and that, and this, put up this, pinch it. No money 2 months straight. You not run through there. If you're serious with it, and that's it. Serious.
I'm going to make a call for that. I'm going to make a call for that and say right now, boy, don't send any money. You know, we'll just pick a month and just say, watch out, take care of people up to that point, and then for 30 days, we don't send no money at all. No money down there. Since some try to belittle it and say, oh, but you send it for your people, you're not sending it for, you're not sending it for the, you know, you're not sending it for the government. And them not realize that a lot of people are pay taxes down there. A lot of people invest down there, right? Plus the remittances. It's not just you give money to your relatives.
Nah,
you know,
them make money.
Yeah, if
and
you study,
you buy a money tax to your relatives. So them government keep on making money out of the one of this, like them a beard.
Yeah.
So when you give to your relative, them have to spend it.
Listen, just if you say, watch out, now send no remittances and no barrels. So them have no fee for collect our customs, right? No fee. You say we're not sending, send nothing at all. Pay for 1 month.
Yes.
Nothing. And you'll see the effects. You'll see the effects because them things is only like when they say remittances, they must say, yeah, those money them send, come give Auntie Joe and Mama Jane and all that stuff. What them don't tell you now is that when you send a money for Auntie Jane, you might say to
keep the US.
Yeah, but what is that when you say, boy, you know what, I'm going to buy a piece of land, I'm going to buy a house, I'm going to invest in this, I'm going to invest in that. A lot of money.
When you send the money, you know, you pay for send it and them give less when you connect it to the US. And if you buy it back, all right, so you send $100. They might take you 150 if you go to the remittance fee, 140, 49. If you turn and buy it back from them same time, you have to pay them $150 fee. So right away, you now get you're gonna get if you buy it back, you now get $100 from them, you know. You want the $100, you now get the $100. You get $90, maybe $80. Because you get it and then you say, give me in a US, you have to buy it back from them, you know. Them change your money, you know, and give you in a Jamaican, you know.
You know why they must squeal? No, you know why they must squeal? You're why they must really a squeal now. And I'm gonna pull up the article. The one them say for 2023, Jamaicans are them say persons
billion, right?
Send 3.1 billion, right? Which is a decline, a 2% decline, right?
2020 same thing.
Yeah, no, think about it. No. You have a declining rate of remittances, and at the same time, you have fewer tourists going. You have mass cancellations right now. You can't. I remember now, you know, at this, so them get most of the money, you know. The
tourists get 2.8 billion for taxes, you know. But we get them 3.8 billion bigger than tourists.
These are the two biggest foreign exchange earners, you know.
Yes.
That's the two streams, remittances and tourism, right? Yes. And if they might get help on both fronts, you know, brother, that you know.
And let me tell them again, if the remittance cut off, and them are going like people in the diaspora, but can you have some little people that understand this? But when you live in foreign, this and that, without the barrel there and the remittance money will come in, tourism can't help Jamaica. It alone can't balance it. The little money in the reserve, because I remember 1 year, them spend, all right, 9 months, them spend 5.9 billion for importing.
Yeah.
5.9 billion. Remember the 9 months from January to
and then
September.
They do a 9 month thing.
You get 3 months at 6.8 billion and spending them.
Right.
And when you export that 1.8 billion dollar, you find the deficit. You see the gap?
4 point something
billion. It'll go like 5 because when you put that 3 months to it. So if You get 2.8 billion, you have got dip in the reserve. For make up for reach your 6.8, maybe just wipe it out for the year. It wipe it out. What where you spend for the next year? Jamaica bankrupt. And the money where you see them are spending through the 3.8 going and the 2.8 that them are use for buy what them are buy and then it offset. You see the offset. That's why the reserve there is still.
Because what people,
it done.
Because what people have to remember, you know.
It done.
What people have to remember, you can't buy goods using Jamaican dollars, you know.
Yeah.
That's not the currency. That's not the currency them use to purchase things. No. You can't go China and say me I give you Jamaican dollars.
Nobody no want it.
You can't. No, it's US dollars you have to use and buy it. And where the US dollars come from? Remittances and tour. That's where most of it comes from.
See? So we just tell them and make them know we understand it too. You know, when them give the people them some voodoo economics and talk some foolishness. I say, what happened? When I come from, man? Get real. Yeah? Can you imagine that them now have no remittances, no barrel and thing? Can them have this to the diaspora? 1 year, they reserve the 2.8 billion. Remember, them are importing same way, you know. The reserve, it will dry out. 2.8 and 4, it will give 6.8. What them have spent for the next year, brother? If them spend out that money there for 1 year, that mean the money are devalue fast and rapid. Maybe you have 400 for one. The country are go bankrupt. Them can't save it.
Yeah.
Me not even ask, you know.
Hey, you know, we need to get together and come up with a plan and just say right now,
yes,
you know, make what people them, you know, with like I said, who forget pill, them get a certain amount of pill and blah blah. Because 1 month we not send no barrel, we not sell no
money,
nothing at all. So some can't get no tariffs and taxes and fees are not at the customs.
Yeah.
And we not send no remittances. None.
See,
we need to do
that
some
nice
money.
You know what that though? It's still the same level 3 now, them affect because it hear what them do. Look how them fool now. US have its citizens. It are listen to what them are saying now. So you them US who know of crime and who know tell people don't come here. And them citizens. If them sick or whatever, them have to take them up and carry them up or year lift them or do something. So when them talk, the citizens are listen. So now go drop off. Saying you now compare US crime. US have 300 million people live over there. Jamaica 2.9 or something like that, nearly 3 million. That come like in a one of the borough them alone. Like Brooklyn.
Like Brooklyn.
Population of Brooklyn. I like Toronto. So you know, compare that and say, but when you look now, Jamaica have some of the biggest murder rate in a per capita in the world. If you look at a place with so much murder, we calculate it out there, wait there right now. One of the murderers, the most murderous country in the world, Jamaica. So you look at the amount of people, you think everybody else say wickedness are going in America. No. You have some place them there, now you're gunshot bus. You never know. They
Hey,
know that.
Oti make a good point. So Oti has said no vote, no remittance. That's one way we could have do it. Say, all right, since we can't vote, we're not saying nothing down there then. We're go and take care of the people them down there and say.
Yeah, man. So when them hear that panel,
also Rattigan, on that point about no vote, no remittance, everything about accountability should be tied to remittance. We cannot find out how donor funds are spent. When we know how donor funds are spent, then we can start sending, remittances. But everything should be tied to remittances. Every striking thing, because they're not going to get the message until they realize that it's going to affect them.
You know, it's funny you mentioned transparency and accountability and all of that tied into the remittances and all of that, because and I hope Herb is here long enough to bring back the documents. I ask PIOJ for the documents for technical assistance, loans, and donations first. And them say them not have no paperwork. And I said, but how have annual report? When I get the data from for put this annual report together. So then I go back and I ask them using a technical term. Then write me back recently and them say, okay, we have the documents them ready for you. So you can review them. And the documents, I ask for all the documents showing all of the inflows of money and showing how the money was disbursed to what program, Give me the results and all of that thing. How much money you pay for consultants and all them things there. Then write back and say, okay, you can make arrangements to, we have it and you're going to have to pay for it. And make arrangements to pay for the documents. And then you can pick up the documents. So me send my brethren down there. Them said to him, say, listen, we don't want, even though the people say you must make arrangements to pay first and then we'll give the documents. We don't want the money because we need a special paper for print the document, for print pan. And we don't have the special paper. So you have to come back in about 2 days. So I'm calling back in 2 days. Them say we still not get the special paper. So you just have to wait. And them say we'll call you back. I'll know them not call them, you know. He even go as far as say, if you don't tell me what special paper, me will put.
I was about to say, ask for the special paper. Yeah.
Yeah, give me one special paper. Me buy the special paper and bring it. And when you tell me how much each you need, me bring it. Come if you need 100, 200, 400, 1,000, I will buy the paper and bring it. Them not call him back. And now him keep on a call them. Them not pick up the phone. Them not pick up the phone.
You know, so one of them.
It's a stall tactic.
Yeah, so because Herb, I tell him, Mr. Tim, say when you get the documents, them, right? When you give them to Herb, right? Come and say Herb, maybe we say Herb, right? Herb don't live too far from me, say Herb. Let's give them to Herb. And them I try every day. Every day I try and them say, boy, them not answer the phone no more. Them not call him and them not answer the phone. So I tell him, say, look, you have to go down there now. You have to go down there again. But think about it, people. Them need special paper for print. Special paper for print. I remember now at them write to me and say the documents ready. Them say come here and pick up your documents.
Let me ask you this: the special paper to print a report?
Yeah.
Because there's the printers in New Kingston that you can send it to their printer, right? You know which one I'm talking about? There's a commercial printer in New Kingston that you can send them the documents, they'll print them out.
Email them and then them print it down.
There you go. There you go. So that way they have no excuse.
But then I don't think them I want to email it because them just email it to Ratty. So them tell them they want to email them want to print it. So them come in the next excuse.
But see, when them go, them could have said, okay, all right, them not even print it. You're right. Them can't email it to me. But them said, no. But we will even say, all right, even if you're going to email it to us, we'll pay you then. We'll pay you. We'll pay you as if you give us the documents. But them not answer them phone right now, and them just say to him, say, boy, Michelle said, I have to send him parchment paper. We might have to send him a warm cream soda and a Bible and the key and a green line.
Welcome to the rap. You're not put the rap in it. Yeah.
But it's a season for that now, you know. It's a season for that now. So
is it a season for it for sure?
Yeah,
remember look at them a season for it for sure. Oh yeah, man, them a season how this. A cougar. What? Yeah. I want to try against Ratty.
Bye.
I table this. So with them food I do on the table, what does I do now? Waste of food and can't get this Ratty man on one table.
And people are starved.
Watch enough food and all kind of thing this. But this a joke. Eh? But Shakuga big in the thing, man.
And some people not have light them because I use some of them can't go out.
And that me have to laugh. Watch the gap though, me have to laugh, brother. Because me can't do nothing but laugh. This a joke. No, this a joke. Hey, Ratty, speaking of that, you know.
Hold on, 1 quick second before we're going to further. Somebody asked if the Magnitsky can hold Andrew or Tony Freeman while he's in office. Yes, Tony. It can. The Magnitsky applies whether you're in office or you're out of office. Oh, Jephthah. Megawatt member. Megawatt asked about Jephthah. Megawatt, you have to ask Maria about Jephthah, you know, because I fear place him used to live in. He used to live on my people in place, but he moved from Maria place, come on my people in place, and then he go back to Maria place, and then he go to St. Elizabeth. But Maria knew him well, man.
Sarate, speaking of that, me see up at the thing there in a UK Privy Council, me see struck up there and struck a laugh and me snap a picture. Now sperm whale, now blue whale tongue this man. A tongue a big like a blue whale. Why it's struck and out a tongue, so what is that? Is that video, you know? I'm just freeze it because she go in at the bag and then
off your phone
like this.
Oh,
what is that?
I think that's when our phone went off in the court.
So I think it's a blue whale. Our tongue big in her head like a blue whale in a people. I don't know what that's for, you know. Eh? Go in at the bag and then stretch out the tongue and I think it's a blue whale a drop out, you know. Just do better than this, but you never know, so camera can look here. You look right, ratty man. Eh?
No, but not only that. How the hell you can go in the Privy Council and have your phone on? You know, so you can't go court. You can't go courtroom and have your phone on. Your phone's supposed to turn off.
Well, they're supposed to check the phone at the door.
Exactly.
Yeah. And put it in one of them cubby holes. But, you know, look, with all of what we're saying tonight, the question is to actually impact. We could run a test because for 1 week it's $64.5 million. That's how much weekly it averages to. So if you run a week, you run another week, right? That's $129 million for 2 weeks. And you can see if there's a buildup during that period of time, so people don't have to panic and just break out and start sending money full time again. You can say you run the test for a week and then run it for 2 weeks and see what happens, you know? Because when you just hit them with a month straight, there's a lot of people probably hanging on. There's a lot of rent due and all kinds of stuff due. Medication to buy and all this other stuff. So you may want to consider a less stringent period.
All right, that's fair.
But in any case, you know, it's worth if it's going to establish the fact that the diaspora,
64.5 million weekly.
Yeah.
Okay.
64.5 million weekly.
Hey, look what Jaden said. Jaden, this is funny. Jaden said when they get the special paper, they are going to say that they ran out of the special ink.
I true that. Hey, Urban Maria Ratti. Me come in and touch a pizza. I have a touch a pizza before my big clean. So the Prime Minister run pan thing say he managed the pandemic nice and what have you. Me ask much people drop out, but me hear where I say yes or no. Let me hear where I say yes. So look on this.
The position that we have been in decades to address the circumstances which now confront us.
This was March, you know, people. See there, the budget debate. It's a March 2020. The 2020-2021
has 16 confirmed cases
16
of COVID-19, including 1 death. In collaboration with the health.
So remember now, you know, March, 1 death. This is before September, the general election. When go call 1 death at the time, him control the thing. 1 death, 16, blah, blah. A matter of fact, him do no movement from people, car, animal. Why, I don't know how you do it for animal, you know, but listen, right, just listen here.
Authorities, the Director General ODPEM has given the following directions to regulate the movement of persons, animals, and vehicles into and out of and within the current peace community, effectively placing the community under quarantine for the next 14 days.
So, you them dog and them pussy rat and them look white thing, or you stop them though? Because the man always say some things, you know. Hey, you have to listen, Andrew Good still. All these past people, person, cars, and animal, in quarantine them. So no movement for animal, and you know,
But hold on, before you go no further. I think we need to ask our sister to really address this one because I noticed that it's in Clarendon. So
yes. Yeah, Marie. So person, the car is an animal. Or the animal thing they go. Or the police stop them if I move around.
That's a good question. We don't have ghetto dog, but you still have stray dogs. I don't know how we'd quarantine the stray dogs and lots of stray animals. I don't know how we'd quarantine and the cow and the goats. I don't know how that would have been quarantined. So that is something that only Andrew Holness. It only comes from the mind of Andrew Holness, and it can be only explained by Andrew Holness.
All right, just watch. Remember, this is a march. I'll show you something. Go on.
Allow for the public health investigations to be completed. Even before our first COVID-19 case, the Ministry of Health and Wellness had developed a comprehensive plan looking at various infection outbreak scenarios and mitigating actions. Yes. We are providing financial and other support to the most vulnerable in the society, and this includes a number of businesses, MSMEs in particular, that have been and will be severely impacted. We are also waiving custom duties on masks, hand sanitizers, gloves, and liquid hand soap for a 90-day period.
That should have waived throughout the whole thing, not 90 days. 3 months, ratty. The hand sanitizer and mask and thing, Yeah? Hear this?
We are also waiving the special consumption tax on inputs such as alcohol in the production of hand sanitizers. The government will make an additional allocation of $2 million per constituency to be used exclusively for COVID-19 related interventions.
Intervention, they don't go 2 million for each of the member of parliament. 2 million. No, in this election thing, a 40 billion, they must put some money for fixed road. Now how much millions they might get. 100 million each or something, right? But 2 million, to help you in a thing where you kill you, What on?
Minister Darrell Vaz and Minister Desmond McKenzie have been tasked to lead a special task force to develop, implement, and monitor a program of trucking water to communities across Jamaica. An initial allocation of $1 million will be made available to members of parliament for regular trucking of water in response to the COVID-19 crisis.
What happened to that commission with the two ministers head up? Whatever happened? Anybody get a report from them?
No. And then them have water truck for themselves and everything doing. And then truck water now for the whole of Jamaica. $1 million though. You might give $1 million, you might give $2 million fee. Can you imagine you have 80,000 people living in our constituency and $2 million fee? In the COVID crisis for food or anything. 2 million. 80,000 people. Okay. All right. Continue.
The Ministry of Local Government will increase its black tank program in terms of distributing tanks to communities and the water shop program that they have.
Water shop.
We will be putting in place some emergency measures for the procurement of water trucks. What we are calling up on private contractors to come and work with us.
That means so them friend get the job then. Private contractors. I see it.
We have set up an email address for communication with the NWC to ensure that you are on the schedule, on the route for water distribution. We call on the opposition as well as the private sector NGOs and all Jamaicans to unite at this time of national crisis. Together, we can and we will overcome this challenge.
Hear this again.
I will show you the new Jamaica that is emerging, the place of choice to live, work, do business, raise family, and retire in paradise.
Paradise.
We are in a better position than we have been in decades to address the circumstances which now confront us. 20 successive quarters of...
So, Ratty, if 1 year carry 12 months, and you have 4 quarters in the year, 4 quarters, or him get for 4 years, 20 successive quarter. Because that'll be 5 years, brother. But this is way with them not listen to when them talking, brother. Eh? Because if for 4 years, He does a 16 and I make it look bad. Successive quarter. Not go so still, you know. But him account 5 years instead of 4. You hear him? Him always do this thing, but him put it on tape or we can watch it back. Not true. Continue.
Exactly.
We have spent $45 billion to improve the capacity and capability of the country's security architecture, and projects to spend a further $15.9 billion in the upcoming fiscal year 2020 to 2021. We have made and continue to make unprecedented investments in improving our health and socio-cultural infrastructure.
Improving our health and social infrastructure. Be a foolishness, you know, brother. This is just 2020.
Our built and natural environment, our road networks, our water and sewage, our national security apparatus.
Sewage will run another whole road, right? So if it did fix 2020, what run another whole road, so it don't make no sense.
Nah.
Our education and training, our judicial system, and our investment climate. We have not reached everyone yet, Mr. Speaker.
Reached everyone yet.
We haven't gotten every pump repaired. We haven't gotten every road repaired or every school. But one thing is clear, Mr. Speaker. Jamaica has never seen a period of time when we have done so much work and reached so much people.
I'm on a dangerous, you know. I mean, me could see this. This I'll show you something that you talk about. Remember, this is March. This is March. In call the thing that September, right? Look at just look on this and then you talk same time. It's not in a long. Just look on this. Remember, I did one dead in a March. You know, look on this. Look on the figure and then you talk about this. Look here.
This world countries, Jamaica. Last update, February 25th.
See it update? Look here.
See it? You see it? Okay.
Death.
So much case, look on the death toll. So much people.
So now stop it just so we can talk. So did one him call the election in September when him say him hold the country. I remember ship did go and everything, you know. The man say him go and go do part. Remember I sold them last narrative. Enough people have them grandparents, them mother, them father, you know, brother, sister gone. And by the way, you don't even get a chance to say goodbye neither, you know. I remember another COVID alone people dead in a ratty. Other people that you couldn't even go look on them neither. But him go to church. With your friend, your good friend, father when he dead, Chameleon. And when them say they know you go to church, oh, from the body knowing a church is not church. And a funeral. In dangerous, Ratty. In dangerous. Yeah? Yeah, man. See, you see much people dead? You see it? Because of him let it go upon people. And I talk about him do good. Plus the money with them chap. Eh? Make him go and talk and use it against him. Yeah, Ratty?
You know, let me ask the three on something. I'm gonna speak very slowly so that I can and clearly so I can. There's a reason why I'm gonna do it. Do you think that? And I say this because the Prime Minister mentioned that with the water trucking delivery thing, that they want private concerns involved with government, they want issue contracts and things. Do you think that government contracts and consultancies that they should be advertised in the diaspora so that diaspora can get a crack at some of these contracts too? Do you think so?
A matter of fact, it should have advertised in Jamaica and in the diaspora. So in Jamaica, to the whole media. Like, you know, you can do these things because remember them at Portland go get water truck, you know. The one of them have water truck, you know, right? And them get cat truck, you know, so you know, I can't take an interest of be corruption, you know, nepotism and cronyism, you know. Yes.
All right.
You understand? So when them do these things, the money, them rich.
All right. Rich. So people say yes in the thing. People
yes, they should.
So Maria, you say yes. And Herb, you say yes.
Yes, because remember now, you know, a lot of returning residents go back home with equipment. And they go back with skills as well. So they already have the skill sets, they have the equipment. So if it's open to the members of the diaspora, they will get more qualified people to do some of these jobs that they're giving to their friends and cronies that are not qualified for the positions.
Where's the Herb?
Turn on your mic, Herb. Turn on your mic. Unmute your mic.
It's been done because if you recall, a good friend of ours got in trouble over the contract bids process because they were sent the bid in America. And of course, they somehow leaked a copy of another bid that was very competitive so that they could perfect their bid over that one, right? You have to somehow be able to safeguard the process. And I think when Biden passed this last law on bribery and the kind of connivance that goes on with contracting, that he's now closed the loop. So all these actions might be done a lot more fairly today.
All right.
That's the basic thing.
So if they're do you know if the all right, let me ask you another question. Do you know if the Jamaican government is advertising those contracts and consultancies in the diaspora? Openly. Do you know if they're doing it?
It's not open. It's on a selective basis as far as
it cannot be that for stop.
But it can't be. It's supposed to be open.
It's open. We
I realize
the people, you have to open, remember taxpayers' money, you know. So we can't be your brother go buy, you give, all right, see the other day, it's not open and them give them friend, him give him friend 600, remember $2.5 billion for build house, 200 houses, right? And them give him 650 million in advance. 5 years now, and him just give them back the money. Him not give them the house, right? Him not go to jail, him not do nothing. And then Angel make them go behind in a court and say, we not tell the people them nothing.
Right, the non-disclosure.
The money.
Yeah, the non-disclosure.
They have to nepotism, cronyism, and everything. People go to prison for these things.
All right.
Can you imagine, can you imagine you're there and then get 600 million? It can turn in $1 billion 5 years. If you get that from the bank, you know what money you owe them? You have to pay them back with interest. Go Jamaica, pay back loan with interest. So why you give friend and then you just give back the 600 and then you go get 20 million where you want 20 million for a little thing where you just give them back. Yeah, you get 650 million for just use for 5 years. You could do all kind of things. It's wrong. Wrong. And I'm friend.
Well, Smith said yes. OT, yes. OT said advertise on the websites. Ingrid Coke said yes. Freedom, yes. Carlisle Banks, yes. And it said for sure. Florida Rose, yes. XP Gunners, yes. Everybody has said OT, open bidding on contract. The question is, where would they advertise it? I don't know if they're advertising it anywhere because I never hear the ambassador talk about that at all. But here's why I asked the question. Because there's something called the diaspora policy that is put out by the Jamaican government, and it's supposed to govern the relationship between Jamaicans living overseas and the Jamaican government.
You can't bid for the contract too, you know. Yes.
And if you go to page, and people follow me on this, Google Jamaican diaspora policy, right? And go to page 33 under the heading strategies. And I'll read it for you. It says the government and its partners will, and it starts with A. B. C says advertise government consultancies and contracts within the diaspora. When was that done?
We not see it.
That's their policy. That's a policy.
It's a great law.
That's a policy. That is supposed to be done. All of the government contracts, I'm supposed to put it out and say diaspora and people living in Jamaica, here is the contract. On a bid on it. When was that done? People, if you don't disbelieve me, Google diaspora. Let me tell you where it name. See it, yeah? National Diaspora Policy, Government of Jamaica, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. That's the title. And you go to page 33. I think it's 33. Right? Stay with me. Maybe page hold on, page 15. Okay. But that page 30, 22, hold on. Now second. 32. Okay. Page 33. Let's go to page 33. Start right there, on the strategies. And it says the Jamaican the government and its partners will, and then you go to page 34 and look on the C where it says advertise government consultancies and contracts within the diaspora. When was that ever done? Because the ambassador is supposed to make sure so that and put a website where them say all of the government contracts and all of the consultancies. Here is where you find the jobs that are being offered. And put everything there so that the diaspora can have a fair shot at some of these jobs and these contracts. When did they do that? Because it just reminded me when you start talking about when the Prime Minister said, well, he want private concerns get involved in the water delivery business as well. The people in the diaspora who could get involved in that. Some of the contracts for them have, like, to move certain things for the government, diaspora people could get involved in that too.
Yes.
But see, them forget to them put this thing out and people hold them accountable. This is part, family, this is part of holding government accountable. We're supposed to ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. We're supposed to ask the Prime Minister. We're supposed to ask the Ambassador. Where do you advertise government consultancies and contracts in the diaspora? Where? Because we want bid on them jobs at all. Where? Nowhere. 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 And that's how the chopping come in. Because I tell you what, because remember now, one of the things why them won't do this, some of the things people in the diaspora will be able to do it cheaper than the people in Jamaica.
But yes, I'm saying
see?
Yes. But Ratty, that's why we said them to set up the agency, but them now an agency, them shouldn't have talk about every minute about contract, this and that and that and that, you know. Too much of that. You know? Too much of this now. Them are going bad. Too much chopping. Maria.
But do you realize? Yeah, but do you realize they spend a lot of time and waste money on studies and studies and studies and everything? They're going to do a study and they're going to do a commissioner study, and it's just a waste of money.
Yes.
Just a utter waste of money.
Hey, me quick call for something now because sometimes I run up and way and people are telling me, say, see there, Maria want to sleep now. Ratty. Now we see them and see there.
Hey, we're ready, you know. We're good to go, you know. We're good to go. We're good to go.
You're good to go.
You know what is sad when that part is true, because I went outside earlier without a jacket. And I picked up a draft. So I had to take one of those allergy pills. So that part is true.
Hear this before though. Hear this though. We want to know, yes, tomorrow soon starting, but you said tomorrow, go out early, go vote. But let me tell you this, to make Andrew Chikuno. I mean, I tell you no straight. Yeah? Vote out corruption. Straight up, when I agree with me, vote out corruption. Andrew too lie, man. Andrew, you have people like we around us and watch and I tell you, say, stop trick the people them. You have all 20 consecutive year of growth. How much wow, 20, you know? 20 quarters in a 4 years. I don't know how you get 20 quarters in a 4 year, brother. Eh? And lie tell you to come say all these things, you know. And then when them done and when you trick people, look what you say. I think that did it. You know, this is how you him like do it, you know. Yeah. Sita, him say I think that it's Sita. Him think this. See them here? See them here, people. When them I'm gonna move this like it flop. When them done and tell the lies, this is what them said. This is what them said to themselves, the two of them. Yeah? Lie minister, lie jail. See them here? See to what? Let's listen to them. Yeah.
I think I did it.
Him say hope so.
Yeah.
Play him back.
I think I did it.
I did it.
So if you just come tell lie, him hope so. Yeah? And him not easy neither lie jail that, you know. See me? Look here. This is when him not pay the people them money and he come with a lagger with him. Look here.
an arithmetic necessity so that when the pay slip is received, the amount of the statutory reflect the actual amount of statutory that need to be paid in the context of the new compensation system.
Yes.
The instructions that would have gone out were algorithmic instructions about how to construct a payment. And I do understand that that algorithm, complex structural problems, and through application of analysis. Now, just to get a little more granular, I hope I can retain your attention even at a level of additional granularity. The algorithm that went out would have specified, add this, add that, add this, and then minus this, minus this, minus this.
Yeah, you're adding,
in an algorithmic way for a computer to understand, or for somebody computing to understand. So that algorithm, which is an algorithm that we use on a monthly basis, would contain add this, and then would have minus it.
And then we add minus. So would I understand him now? Because I like with him this, I got in everything, I like with him. And the body still got what he like with him. I like with him, man. Yeah, man.
The mayor of Port Antonio would understand him perfectly.
Yeah?
Exactly, Maria.
The mayor of Port Antonio would understand him perfectly.
Yeah.
Right up his alley.
The mathematical genius.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, folks, there's an interesting article on Mr. Garvin and the funding of the and the Prime Minister's Positive Jamaica Foundation, which raised over $58 million between 2012 and 2020, and that was like a 486,000 US dollars. I put a snapshot in the private chat. So if you want the actual article, I send it to you.
All right, yes, man. Yes, somebody said if you vote in a jail, please try the vote count. You just vote, you go there, remember you're going to ballot box. So you go there and you vote, you don't want to vote him. You just vote for your vote for your vote. You know, you vote against him, you vote against him. You not vote for him. You vote. It going up in a box, it count. Have a count. And like one box I have in this and that, you just count, you put in your box, you want to put in then you vote. Drop it in the box. That's how them pull it and count them. You understand? So you're in there and like strong wall, strong this and that. No, sir, you just vote. But make sure sub-zero against zero. Yes.
You remember who Robert Garvin was?
Yeah, man, that's the same one with the Prime Minister.
The company got millions of government contracts.
Yeah, the Part 90, right? Yes.
And those weren't competed. How long has that regulation been in effect now, Will? The one that they need to compete these contracts overseas in the diaspora. Will?
What was that?
How long has that regulation been out there that the government needs to compete the contracts in the diaspora?
This regulation, this one, this was, let me see, I'll tell you. I think this was 2022. Let me see something.
Oh, so it's recent then.
2022, 2020. Yeah, it's 2020. I think this was about 2022, from about 2022.
Okay, so it's a recent regulation.
But here's the thing: it's a recent policy. It's in the new policy. But apparently, this was always part of the policy. But when they redid the Diaspora Advisory Board, remember them changed that to the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council in 2020. So they redid the policy, and so it was always, I believe it was always part of the policy, and then they incorporated it in this new document. But they're still not doing it. They're not doing it. I don't think they ever did it, and I don't think they're doing it now. You know what, Herb? You just hold on. Let me show you something. You'll find this interesting. You'll find this very, very interesting because this is right up your alleyway. There is something here about sports, using sports to combat crime, right?
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. 33.
Well, we know that they wrote part of our safer cities policy into their regulations. So
them give credit to it. They're not giving no credit, right?
They don't give credit. No, they never ever give credit.
All right, here. Yeah, this was January 2020. So this one was about 2021. This was about 2021. There's something here. Hold on a second. Hold on. Data and information, digital technology. Yeah, there's something here where they're talking about fighting crime, and the crime intervention task force should have been a part of it, but it's not. And I'll point it out to you right here. Okay. Hold on. There's one here that says that develop public-private partnerships to allow for mentorship and coaching of youth in the diaspora. That's one, because there's a whole section on youth, and that's called engagement of diaspora youth and young adults, 3.6.7. But there's another one here. Okay, here it is. This one is same document, page 38, and it says the government and its partners will, and here's your part, Herb. It says K, letter K, utilize sport as a strategy to strengthen relationships and improve safety and security both in the diaspora and locally. Right there, K. But here's another one, H. Support crime prevention and reduction initiatives established by members of the diaspora through partnership with key professionals such as lawyers, counselors, alternative dispute resolution specialists. It's right there. The crime intervention and task force should fit right in H.
They wrote it up. I know that they blended it in, but check this out. A guy I met with, this is one of the stories I have for you. I met with him this last week. He has implemented everything that I wrote, and he had over 500 kids in his soccer academy. And now he wants to go the rest of the way to get FIFA to build a stadium and do other things for him. Now imagine that, right? Because he is getting the support. And he was working with the Ministry of National Security in doing it. And specifically Dr. Chang.
It's right here. You know what? I'm going to discuss this coming Saturday as well. I'm going to discuss this because this is interesting for the diaspora people. And we're also going to talk about the voting thing again, because ISAT is going to come on and talk about voting from a constitutional perspective. And we're going to talk about voting from a political and a social perspective. And also this Saturday we're having on, talk about relevance and timing. I'm going to have on a couple from Canada who went to Jamaica, got sick, went to the hospital, and almost died.
Wow.
They're going to come and tell their story about the health sector. So now we understand why the American government was saying, hey, we have a concerns about it, So Lonesome, before you go, my brethren say, when you close off, it would like you play the words of the Honorable Minister of Information. I've always said to people, Do not trust the words of politicians. Him to close off the show with that because at the last show before voting take place, I want to remind people. You know?
Remind him. And then people, they could just remind them tomorrow when they go to vote early. Get rid of the corruption. Andrew will tell them get rid of you. Come on, I'm going to call and say if you distant your mind and you know for vote. Vote against Andrew. Vote against them nastiness they don't have a KCC. Vote against all that down there. So we're tell about him get 150 or to 100%.
Watch out. Somebody them send me a message. Them said tonight actually, it says, I just got info out of St. Catherine from a counselor that they are having big problems getting PNP staff to oversee and monitor activity at the polling stations there. It appears that persons at the EOJ are trying to sabotage the PNP in that area. I don't know what.
I get that, but me not get somebody just send it. But you know, so they have both set of JLP support. People are working from JLP and PNP. So if I something in that year, the general, because I just get something else. But me not get that. You just get that from somebody from earlier on. So
Somebody send this. Yeah, it look like it's a blast. Them send out.
Yeah, them but it not come from the. Because I get it otherwise. It not come from from this or something about I even read it. But we are look out for them, I look out for the whole of this thing. But vote against them. The Fed and the whole of them will do one bag of foolishness and too much billions missed up. We have to start with them accountable. Who are know what going on in there? So the whole of them, a matter of fact, them for lose everything to him. Them for go, man. And Jamaica's called general man because some people forget lock up, yeah? Yes, man. Make them just get rid of you, vote you out and done with you. And then we get back some of the money where Jamaica lose. Take back some of the things them kind of found a 20 billion overnight, Yes. Saying? I'm not joke what I make. We have to put in something now where we'll everybody accountable for your finger simit. That finger smith, Finger simit. Now we give them the dunks attack. You understand? We don't care. Hold them accountable. Yeah? Get rid of them at Portland too. Not Portland, name at Portland. So we want to turn back, get back the right name feet. Portland. For right over there, Portland. Them forget rid of too. Yeah? All right, me there. Ratty.
One more thing before we go. No, forget to play that thing. But also, my boy, ISAT.
Yes.
Them still a fight against him. Him take the course to become a JP, and him supposed to get appointed by the Governor General, and then they bring a case against him saying that him unfit to become a JP because he have some criminal history and all of that. So we are going to talk about that next week.
So he have criminal history. The man
Rattigan, hold up a second.
Now they are criminal.
But Rattigan,
and the GG too,
you have a minister of national security whose name is in WikiLeaks.
Oh.
So they can't be talking about ISAT.
Oh.
I think we ought to make up a matrix, a parallel matrix, given the history of some of these folks.
Including the GG, GG was 7 days where we have some church and some old people and some money and some sitting down.
Yeah.
And some money and some missing thing down. What about GG? All right. I want hypocritical thing from them, Because me, the man, we keep a benchmark down and we send it right across the board. And we draw them out. Yes.
You have ministers of government who lost the visas. They have annotation on the visa. I mean,
some who get a visa with that annotation saying that they're drug dealers.
They are criminal.
There you go.
They're criminal.
They're not involved in a drugs and thing.
So why are they picking an ISAT? Don't make any sense.
But them are pick.
Wait, is he back in Jamaica yet?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I sent him a KFC picture.
I'm sure he found it funny.
Yeah.
KFC, man.
What the KFC, Herb? You eat no KFC out there?
Hell yes. That's I think the second day I was there.
Okay.
How was it?
And it tastes like the original. It don't taste like some of the messed up KFC in the US right now.
Oh, you get the barbecue or you get the original?
I got a mix. I was doing my taste testing.
Sure. Well, I'll play that one. I'll play two of them, you know. Ratty. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'll play two of them. I'll play that one at first, people, because tomorrow I'm voting, yeah?
Jamaicans should raise their voice in concert against the high levels of crime and against the government. All well-thinking Jamaicans should raise their voice in concert against the high levels of crime and against the government in not doing enough. All well-thinking Jamaicans should raise their voice in concert against the high levels of crime and against the government in not doing enough in concert.
So you have to give them 3 times, man. And then you have to give them this too, you know, because him and him boss, the boss, I'm play first.
People do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Yeah, man. I just have to do, we have to knock him with it, you know. We have to knock him with it, people. We see like it a freeze power with it, you know. We're not taking a freeze from it, you know. So we see like it a freeze. We're going to eat some food. So when it a freeze, we don't see them, we not tell them, man. You can't see me, Ratty?
Yeah, man. Oh, you're gone.
Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen. My friends, have a wonderful week. Blessings, Rattigan and Herb.
Yeah.
Herb.
You
all
too,
right, cool.
You too, Maria. Be good.
Yeah, man.
We talk.
Cool.
All right. Good night, listeners.
Yes, sir. Mr. With us, we can have free, so when you know, and I just we're there, you know.
Yeah.
Night, yeah?
All right. Yeah, night. Take care, Wayne.
Yeah, my brother. Respect.